Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Streamers League. As we were live yesterday, we're live again today. Very, very remarkable how that happens. And of course, it is my pleasure to introduce none other than my ever so well-esteemed colleague, Magvire. How are you doing, my man?
Thank you so much, Robert. Yet again, such a lovely introduction from you. Such a lovely introduction from such a lovely host. I'm okay, actually. I'm trying my best, Batman impression with my voice because I had a sore throat recently. So I'm trying, to become a Bruce Wayne myself. But hopefully it's going to last another 6 maps, because today we have yet another day of group stage in Streamers League concerning these qualifiers. Yesterday we had one best of 3 that ended after 2 maps. Unfortunately for Team Stacy, they fell victim to Team Mugi, who, well, came up big in the series. But today we have 6 best of 1s, of course. Just a reminder, if there is going to be an overtime, we don't play overtime, it's just a tie. So this is how the system looks for today's matches.
Yeah, just a slight correction I'm going to throw in there, of course. 3 best of 2s based out of 2 maps each time. Just a slight difference, but don't worry. It'll all be well, it'll all be good. That's going to be an exciting matchup, I think, as well. I'm really interested to see how things will be different here and how that impact will be found by these teams. And in that sense, well, it's also time to take a look at that format. Group B, that's what we're dealing with right now. Team Antilipsi, Team FNY, and Team Slacky. I think that they've all got great potential to show up here today and to prove us that they are deserving of that position in the LAN finals. But of course, before those LAN finals will come, we've got the playoffs that they actually have to secure. And obviously, with those playoffs in the pocket, they can go further to those LAN finals. And speaking of those LAN finals, of course, I just want to give a quick look on that. You can see how already Team Mugi and Team Stacy have found themselves a spot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, due to Team Marcito being disqualified, of course, Team Stacy, even though they lost yesterday, they will have a chance to prove themselves yet again. I'm really happy for that, because I think Team Stacy stands a chance of, beating the opposition from the Group B. We have to take into consideration how well today's teams are going to show themselves, because I'm really wondering if actually Team Stacy and Team Mugi might have an upper hand in those semi-finals. So this will be quite interesting concerning today's matches.
Absolutely. I do want to put that out there that obviously they both were pretty much guaranteed to get into the playoffs due to the disqualification that came through, but still they will have to contend with those Group B players, and that is the scary factor coming into play. Also want to give a quick shout out, by the way, to not only Hyperx, but also Surfshark. Both of them are supporting the tournament nowadays. Exclamation mark Hyperx in the chat if you want to check them out, and exclamation mark Surfshark in the chat if you say that you might need a VPN nowadays, and I can't recommend it enough. Moving on, however, of course, we look at this second day. A bit of a change in the format, nothing too wild there, but something that I think is still exciting, something that I want to see pop off, because obviously, as I've said it before, they're all playing for these LAN finals, and that's just such an exciting prospect, right? That is such a unique opportunity in the beautiful city of Wrocław. And if they can pull that off, if they can get there, then I think that they're going to be really happy to be striding on such a powerful territory. For now, though, we get the map pick coming through, and it will be Ascent pick by FNY and Bind coming through from Slacky. How are you feeling about this one, Magvire?
Yeah, finally some refreshment. I mean, finally. Yesterday we saw Icebox and Breeze, so I'm happy to see something different today. Ascent, like I told you, like I mentioned before, I have quite experience casting Ascent because it is such a popular map in the region of Eastern Europe. Of course, Bind, one of my favorite maps as well. It's really simple, but you can pull off some amazing rounds because of how the map is constructed. It's really about those explodes, about playing quickly, about attacking the side, in one succession. So those maps, I can see how they could be more of a team strategy oriented, instead of those Icebox and Breeze where we could see Nyaru, popping off, or Mugi during the second map doing some crazy stuff as well. So this might be a little bit more intricate and exciting in this sense.
Absolutely. So I think that, we have another one of those great matchups going on right here. And I will put that out there. Right, Team Slacky, majority Immortals from what I've seen, going up against the likes of Team FNY. You get the kind of same matchup where there's a majority of Immortals, but there is a slight overlap. You do have, you know, one Diamond player or one Platinum player, one unrated player coming through. So I wonder how this team composition is going to work out, right? If you have a team full of Immortals like we saw yesterday, throwback to Team Mugi, then I think you see a way more dominant performance and you actually see a different level of play. But now I think that might be different. They have to contend with those Platinum players also coming through. And, you know, that is something that will make your life more difficult, I think.
Yeah, because I think what's the biggest difference between those players from the lower elo and the higher elo is that people in higher elo, they are much more aware of what can happen during the match. It's not about, you know, such a big difference in the scale of, in terms of firepower. It's just Radiant players, they know which angles to choose, which angles to hold, where to position themselves. It just... I don't want to say that they are smarter, but they understand the basics of the game a little bit better than those players from Platinum. But, well, we cannot say anything yet about those players because this might be just the best Platinum player ever that we have seen. So let's see the champion the agent select before the first map and how it unfolds. Oh, it looks like Astra is being given a try by Dataflow. I like to see it because during the Reykjavik tournament that just happened in Iceland, the international tournament, some of the teams brought out Astra yet again, and I wasn't happy with it at the beginning. But then when I saw what, for example, Japanese team Zeta Division did with Astra, I kind of, you know, jumped on the hype train of Astra yet again. Even though she was nerfed and she's not as strong as she was before, you can still use her. So it's just really a matter of how good the operator of Astra is, if he can make her work.
Absolutely. I don't know if you noticed over there, but there's actually a Fade pick coming through. That is something I really look forward to as well. Yeah, I saw her being played yesterday when I was checking out some friends of their Valorant games. I haven't had a chance yet myself to give her a spin. So I really, really wonder how this one's going to play out. You know, one thing that I've noticed, and this is going to sound really ridiculous, is that Fade is loud. She will make an impact on the map, and you will definitely be able to hear her, because that is something that I just noticed straight away. Fade is present, and every time an ability is used, you can pretty much hear it all over the place. So look to that as well. In general, I think that we've got a very, well, varying agent composition, right? You've got Brimstone, Killjoy, and obviously Raze on that Team FNY side. But on Team Slacker, they do it completely differently with the Astra, with the Fade, with Chamber. So this is going to be one hell of a chaotic map, I think.
Yeah, from what I'm saying, I much more prefer the composition of Team Slacky. It's much more up to date if you look at it in terms of the agent popularity and what are the trends now. But it looks like it doesn't really matter because Dataflow gets 2 kills quite easily. As the answer F1A getting 1 with paint shells, but he gets into the position, quite surprising. Magos is ready for him though. Spike being planted and Magos in a tough situation right now, being pinned by both players. No bullets left in his headhunter and he falls victim to Mozzie. First round goes the way of F1Y. Woo! That's some play-by-play action for you.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And I think right away you saw that chaos coming through that I spoke about due to the fact that there's a million abilities that can be utilized. And even now, this is just early days, right? This was just a pistol round. There's still so much that can be done. But FNY, they do make a good start on it, and obviously can or should be reiterated. This is their map pick, so it can be expected that they're performing a little bit stronger on that.
Oh, it looks like we have a technical pause. You know, each big international tournament needs a tech pause. I'm quite used to that. We've had this legendary days of, you know, like 40 or 60 minutes tech pauses when the first international tournaments happened. Like, I remember, I think it was the very first Reykjavik tournament last year, like the first Masters where Sentinels won. Oh my god, it was just... It was atrocious to sometimes just wait 40, 50, 60 minutes, and you have to fill in it with the other caster, of course, if you have a good friend there, it's not a big deal. But you always want to see those teams play it out. You want to get back on the server. So hopefully this time around, it's just a small, not major issue that will be solved pretty quickly.
I mean, you know, these kind of things, they happen. It is in the nature of the game that sometimes things go wrong. And obviously, you know, we will be deadly honest here. It is only the start. It is only the first map. There's still so much Valorant action coming you guys' way. So, McFire, I have nothing else to ask, but what did you have for breakfast this morning? You know, we gotta fill this time.
Okay. I was a little bit lazy.
Question.
Like I mentioned before, I visited my friend yesterday, and well, I slept till like I would say midday, and then I just heated up.
My lord!
Heated up pasta from yesterday. So yeah, I was a little bit late. I was a little bit lazy today. But I can tell you what my dream breakfast would be today, because I'm such a big fan of British breakfast. You know, beans, scrambled eggs, bacon.
Oh really?
Yes, I'm really fond of that. I know it sounds, you know, like stomach heavy breakfast, but what I really like to do in the morning is just get a lot of this those calories inside of me, and then I can, you know, eat a really late dinner or lunch or whatever. So this is what I quite enjoy. What is your favorite kind of breakfast then, RJ?
Oh, now you're putting me on the spot. Well, I think, honestly, in my case, I can also enjoy that kind of hearty breakfast, although, we'll be honest there, I'm not the biggest fan of beans. For now, you guys get a beautiful look at our faces once again, whilst the tech pause is along the way. These kind of things happen. We're quickly getting the game restarted. Once that's done, then we are good to go and happy to roll once more. But yeah, I'm sorry, McGuire. I know that it sounds very peculiar, also because a lot of people tend to, you know, think that I am actually British. But when it comes to that standard English breakfast, I totally skip the beans. And actually, not just that, the mushrooms as well. I'm not a fan of mushrooms. Yeah, I'm not.
I really like
mushrooms.
that.
I'm sorry.
I don't really know how they're called, but I think they call them hat mushrooms or whatever. So basically, you just split them in half. You sprinkle them with salt, you add some extra chili, you get them on the pan, just make them perfect. When you come to Wrocław, I will make you good mushrooms, and you'll be happy with the breakfast. Don't take it as a promise. No.
And I'm holding you to that now. The moment I get off that plane, you know, I'm going to be expecting you to be there and just be like, yeah, okay, you know, here's your mushrooms. Welcome to Wrocław. At least I think that's a pretty solid idea, pretty solid plan. Looks like we're also quickly taking...
Yeah, you know, those people that are... oh, Fate is blocked. That's why she cannot be played.
I thought... I was confused. When I saw Fate being picked, I thought, like, wait a minute. But I thought that there's, like, a 2-week competitive lockout or something. But see, I am not going insane after all. That's good to know. See, I completely switched my mental. And I thought, okay, I guess Fate isn't locked in this particular tournament, but it's good to know that I wasn't going insane after all. So that's why we quickly had that restart coming through. Fade, of course, being a locked agent because she's only been in the game for, I think, a few days at this point. Not that long yet, not long enough yet. And that's why the competitive lockout still comes into play and makes for Fade not to be chosen.
Okay, so I think instead of Fate, we're going to see KO. He's such a good pick on this map. I think it was during the Champions tournament that he was becoming much popular in terms of play on Ascent. I remember Zeke, the player from Poland, of course, bringing him out during Ascent games, and KO being quite popular in North America at the very start as well. So basically, what I like about KO is his ability to pop flash, which gives you access to quite easy entry, but as well, you can just completely silence the defense. And it was a rather popular discussion like lately throughout the Valorant Pro community. Why would you be still playing Sentinels if there's so many of those you know, initiator stuff abilities that can completely ruin your game plan, like Sova, like KO, like Fade now. So basically, people that were who were talking about it, there's no point of playing Cypher or Killjoy because Sova and Fade can ruin your life. So basically, only one of those Sentinels that will be that is still probably going to be played will be Chamber, who isn't a Sentinel really. It's more of a, he feels more of a, you know, non-initiator, a duelist role, because he can just play so aggressively, because his stuff, his abilities are just so forgiving. He can instantly dash away, I mean, you know, teleport away. So basically, we don't see this transition yet, and pro players, I think they just want a little buff towards Sentinels, because I kind of agree with them. Cypher, which is my favorite character, as well as Killjoy, they're not that strong. Of course, on Ascent, you have much more other options for Killjoy, especially on attack side. She's such a strong character in terms of her ultimate, but still, yet again, Sova, if he has his ultimate ready, Killjoy is quite useless, because she will just get countered by either Shock Darts or just a Hunter's Fury.
Absolutely. It's interesting how that dynamic changes and how things completely shift in the agent department. Speaking of things shifting, however, these players, they'll be shifting back toward one another, because we are getting back into the game. We have had that restart coming through. Match number 1. Map number 1. It starts yet again as if nothing had happened. Aldrone getting taken out, and for now, that's Team Slacky back on the site, holding on quite well. Data flow. Impactful kill found, but Arcs Tech, he will return quite well. And it's Slacky then perhaps to go for the next fight. Currently, however, Mozzie is on a roll, and Team FNY, they do manage to pull off the same thing yet again. They get onto that B site, and they will get that spike down. So nice to see that Brim Incendiary coming through. Will deny movement speed, will deny room for the likes of Magos. But he can be caught out. FNY coming into play. The Frenzy being a powerful weapon. But FNY running out of bullets. A tense 1v2 at the end. Team FNY, however, with the advantage. Oh, no, Magos. Don't do it. 16 bullets in this classic. I mean, this is tough. Even then, as eventually Paradox finds his target, this seems to be a done deal in my eyes.
They're just playing with him. Ring around the rosy. 2 guys pinning him down and just trying to avoid getting shot. Well, unluckily for the last remaining player from Team Slacky, he picked up a Frenzy with just 4 bullets inside of it, so he really had to switch it back quite quickly. I really like this, you know, the approach, because they're smoking CT as well as the CT in the mid part of the ascent, so they want to have access to Pizza as well as the not Kabi, you know, the place close to the stairs with the switch. So basically what they do is they attack quickly. They do not use that many abilities. They are just confident that they can push the enemies that will be kind of scrambled around there. So yeah, and they are doing it yet again. It's just so hard to hold it like here. You have to anchor like those players that are doing inside, but they just have, you know, classic pistols, basic weaponry, so they will not be able to answer with much. There's 1 kill with a shorty that is always kind of dangerous, but that's about it.
Absolutely. Speaking of the danger, Team FNY, they put more of it on the map, and they will find themselves a second round near flawless as well. And that's just a good sign on the FNY side. Obviously, though, I will reiterate it. Like I did earlier, this is their map pick. So obviously, with this being their map pick, you would kind of expect them to perform better over here. When I do look at the team composition, I mean, we've got 2 unknown factors, right, on the FNY side. 2 players that just, we don't know what rank they are exactly. But they also have those 2 Immortals. For Team Slacky, though, they've got 3 Immortals. I would say that they should actually be better, normally speaking. But maybe it's going to be a factor that on the Team FNY side, 1 or 2 of the unknown players are actually Immortals as well. That could put something into play.
Chris got quite surprised because he was looking towards A main, even though that one of the players was also looking there. So this is a big mistake on the part of Team Slacky. They are letting the enemies get such an easy access to A side. It's already planted, and they have control over the whole side, so it will be such a tough situation, and it's not even a fair retake situation for Slacky. So it looks like it will be a lead 3-0 Team Fun U.
Indeed, and just like that, at least one player has been taken out on the Slacky side. Now you've got Data Flow, again responsible for that initial hold. Good read with the recon. Kappa, however, finding all the impact, a beautiful double. And Arctech then returning it, 3v1, however, now it seems to be a done deal. That spike is pretty much set to explode. And Arctech, he's got to make sure that he gets out on time, but Magos will be that surprise element. Oh dear, 2 players still lost. And Magos, can he get this? Yes, he will. Right at the end.
Okay, well, it's a costly win for Team Slucky, but nevertheless, they will take it. They'll probably be able to afford a full buy. Of course they are. They've just won 3 rounds in a row, one of them being a bonus round. I don't think they've added much of the weaponry in terms of the firepower in the last round. They've just got the jump on the guy who was holding short, and this is really a mistake of a wrong place acquisition from Team Fun. So far, they're not looking confident. They're not looking good on this map. Let's see if they can change it. If they can mix it up during this echo round.
Indeed, that will be so much 2v2 trade coming out, but it's Team Slacky again with a disadvantage. That is a consistent line coming through, and a consistent factor that comes into play every time. Now you will see that spike being planted, Paradox back on the target, Slacky taken out. And that Owl drone, sure, it might be lower HP, it might not last as long, but if you can get your dart to hit, then it'll still be very strong. For now, only Kappa who's left, and who probably realizes this is a done deal. I can't do this anymore. Mozzie will make it a fact. Finds the kill, takes out Kappa, and a 4th round found for Team FNY. They are making a really solid start so far.
Yeah, and it's quite promising as well, because Ascent is such a defense-heavy map. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, during international tournaments, during regional tournaments, it's just so hard to pull off wins during the attack side of Ascent. Most of the teams, they struggle to get more than 4, maybe 5 wins on the attack side. So Team Fun U starting off with 4-0, it's such a promising start, because then yet they have to get on the defender side, which, just speaking to you know, statistically speaking, it's much easier side to hold. So what the hell is Brimstone with? How often do you see that?
I suppose that's one way to clear out that Marcus area, so that's a certain fact. That gives you something. Train spotting also coming through, Kappa going down, and that pretty much seals the deal once more. Just that one player on the Team Slacky side. They already know that they're going to have a fun little time there, camping away in that short angle and leaving it for what it is. Maybe trying to get an exit frag where possible. Currently, Arctech does look around, but even that fight won't be gone for. This is the 5-0 already. My dear McVire, how is Team FNY doing this?
That's a good question, and probably Team Slacky wants to know the answer, how they can stop them doing that. Well, just circling back to the discussion about the ranks, you can always also look up the gun buddies, because usually if the player, you know, hit the Radiant, he will want to show it off with his gun buddy. Unfortunately, I never had a chance to get to Radiant. I only have those immortal, piss slow gun buddies, you know. So I think it is Arch who is displaying his rank with his gun buddy. Currently, he is not Radiant, as far as I know, because he's registered as an immortal player, but for sure he looks like a guy who knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. I think having such a confidence and such a know-how is very, very worthwhile. Because obviously, if you know what you're doing, then you're going to be able to completely decimate your opponent. And Team Fun U, well, they will, I think, continue doing that, especially with the entries that somebody like Paradox can find. Such a powerful operator, such a powerful player. And, you know, some extra appreciation, but that's also because I'm a Brimstone main. I know.
Oh,
I know. That's terrible. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, what? This is not terrible.
No. When he got the buff, I was the happiest. I was the happiest man alive when he got the buff. I'll tell you that much. But now, Paradox is seemingly happier.
He He's finally his flying pancake got an actual use and got an actual, you know, ability. Became an actual ability, because beforehand it was just such a useless ability. And yeah, it was quite welcome change to Valorant. Finally getting rid of Astra being the best controller in each map and making some space for Omen, for Brimstone. Tough situation for Team Slacky. Chris getting a kill, but he's such a low HP. Only 11 health left.
Yeah, this is a scary situation. Arxon will go down. Chris on that triple. This could finally be the moment of truth. Although, if Train can play this well, he'll find at least the one kill. Gets Chris to go down. I don't know if there's time anymore. Dataflow has to stick this, and there you get it. Train coming through, clutching this out. And maybe narrowly surviving. I don't think so. And there, down he will go. It's the 6-2. It's Team Fun U. They continue. They are so strong. And it just feels as if Team Slacky, they can't get a word or a way in edgeways.
Well, I think this round was the closest one of those 6 so far.
Absolutely.
Just because Chris got 3 of those kills, he started off with Sheriff. I believe it was an eco round on the side of Team Slacky, so now they will have some more money. Maybe this Odin in the hands of Sova will be able to bring some better results for Slacky, because so far they've just been struggling and not even getting one of those rounds, who should be kind of guaranteed. I'm talking about the bonus round. You always just take it, you know, as something that's going to happen for sure, and it didn't. So it's high time they woke up.
Wake up. Wakey, wakey. You know, it is 2 p.m. I don't know what kind of crazy people would still be sleeping at this hour. That is sarcasm, by the way. I am one of those people. I will be dead honest in that. Sleeping schedule of a real gamer, that's what I've got. For now, though, let's take a look as Team Fun U is seemingly more prepared and more awake than I have been at times in my life. Maybe there'll be a difference made, however. Chris trying to find that impact. Dataflow gets a good read. Fun U to go down, finds a double. But there's Paradox coming through again. Arcs to take a kill. 2v4 still remains. Team Fun U with the disadvantage, although now as Arcs and Train will continue, and that KO ult is sadly expiring. It'll be just that Hunter's Fury from Kappa Keko, which will not connect to anyone. Paradox plants the spike, and now waits, holding his angle carefully. Team Fun U are you going to make this the 7-0? The recon bolt is strong, however. That gives a position away. The leer from Reyna will deny vision for merely a moment. And now it's a case of playing time. And I do like seeing this control from Team Fun U coming through, right? They let this happen, and they just wait for their opponent to show themselves.
No, and you can see Kappa Keko just, well, being completely lost. He has to check all of those angles, and he has no time. There's 2 players against him. Such a hard clutch situation to pull out, especially without having access to your crucial abilities, such as a drone, such as a recon dart. Well, it really was a mission impossible for Kappa Keko, and we cannot blame him for that. His ultimate, well, he was close because I believe that Brimstone was kind of low, so if he got a tag, one of those Hunter's Fury shots stick to enemy, he would have gotten an equal situation, but it was just not enough. Team F1, Team Fun U, 7-0, and they have access to all 4 ultimates. It's such a strong offensive yet again.
Indeed, and there's the Hunter's Fury coming into play once more, but this time Team Slacky, they find the initial kill. However, with Fun U going on a roll and getting that kill on Chris, it's already turning. Once more, I saw a situation and I thought, right, okay, maybe there's that final or that first kill that Team Slacky direly needs. But now it turns around again, and you get Mobsy who comes through, takes out Magos. Well, this altogether is just sealing the deal. Train will also get that spike down. Fun U lurking on a bit of a cheeky corner, in my opinion. And maybe he will find Kappa Keko in a moment. The Sheriff, however, it holds steadfast, but it won't connect.
Such an odd fight. Finally, Kappa Keko getting a kill. I think this round is quite over, so I wanted to ask you, Robert, as a fellow Brimstone main, what do you think about using him on Ascent? Like, is it the agent, is it the controller that you would look to pick most often, or maybe it's Omen or Astra, or maybe Viper if you fancy a better choice?
Oh, well, I think that's a solid question to ask. And by the way, in the meantime, we see Team Fun You. They grab around number 8. In a sense, I definitely see opportunities for his smokes to be used, to be well utilized. Because when you think about it, right, you put them down right, you can just get a great start of that round. And you can connect. In the meantime, speaking of a great start to that round, this replay, that seals the deal once more. And that shows us how that 8th one was achieved. I think if you put your smokes right, Brimstone can be an absolute delight to utilize on Ascent. Even better than Omen, in my opinion, but I do want to give that slight credit to Omen as well. Those teleports can be really convenient, you know, that shrouded step coming through, combine that with a good smoke from him, that does a lot. It really does.
Effective.
For me, it just feels like Omen is better in terms of getting those one-way smokes, and because Ascent isn't usually played as a map where you plan to execute in quick succession at all times, you can just get more from Omen. Well, yet another round where Team Fanu just completely obliterates the enemies. It's like, I'm sorry, but this game so far has no history. There is no competition from Team Slovakia. It's just so unlucky. On Ascent, they're getting completely destroyed, and they really need to bring something to the mix. They need to, you know, maybe find out some ace up their sleeves, because so far they cannot do anything.
And that is the main issue. That shows the disparity between these two. Team Slacky in that sense, hopefully being able to change things up in that second map. Because I dare say that we already have to look ahead a little bit in that sense, right? Team Fun You, the way that things are looking right now, I mean, they're just so strong in comparison. And I don't know if Team Slacky will even be able to find that key amount of rounds. Maybe, though, the good old 9 free curse will be invoked. If Team Slacky can find 3 rounds at this point in time, you know, that gives potential, doesn't it?
Yeah, but they have to start winning now. Okay, that's not the best start ever. Chris trying his best. But unfortunately, he let go of a steering wheel, as we say in Poland, completely. That was such a whiff on his side. He wanted to get all of those players, but managed to only get one. Team Slacky, only 30 HP on Magos, and he's the only one who can right now intervene in terms of planting the spike, and it's just Kappa Keko. Which time are we seeing him yet again in a 1vX situation, in these clutch situations? He did well, but he never got it back. Like, he never brought his team to the victory, even though he, you know, managed to get like 1, maybe 2 kills in those situations. Right now he needs 3 more, but he cannot get even the 1.
Absolutely. I think that just about says enough. Team Fun You, they put themselves on the fated double digits. And Slacky, we see it again on the scoreboard right now. 1 kill so far. That is... It doesn't put a smile on my face, I can tell you that much. I'd expected better. I thought that there was a closer fight going between these two teams. When I looked at the composition, there were Immortals on either side. I really thought, okay, Team Fun You, the great lads, but really right now, Team Slacky should be able to put up a good fight against that. That just doesn't seem to be the case. However, Mad Girl's coming through. They can only find 1 on the defense. At least KO finds a lot of targets, a lot of suppression coming through. Still, that won't stop Train with his entry. Kappa to go down. And Team Fun You, they stand in a 4v2 advantageous situation. Chris has got to look out. He's getting wall banged. And Mozzie settles, finishes the deal. Paradox looking out. Frenzy not coming into play. He will go down by the hands of Dataflow. And that will be a moment's time for Dataflow to at least delay where possible. But I think maybe not take this fight.
He's gotten access to those stars, so he maybe can do something around them. But just 2 left, and the clock is ticking. And so far, he has no idea where the enemies are. I mean, he knows where the one of them is, but you probably suspect that there is at least one of them on the side, so this will be hard. He wants to check B main because he doesn't know about them. No time, though. No time.
No, there's no chance. Will, or should I'd say, go back to middle to recover that operator. And I think that that will be done in a moment. There it goes. Big fan of the skin, by the way. I like this classic skin. It's just a little detail, a little side point.
Oh,
That's right now, Team Fun U.
Yeah, I see you're a man of culture, playing Brimstone, having a keen interest in those World War II kind of skin lines.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say, right? I like the classic style of them. They look nice.
I believe it is a skin that is supposed to be a Springfield or something. Because you have
something like that.
The skin for Ares, which for sure will be the BAR. You have the Ghost one, which is a Luger for sure. And you have the Singer one, which is supposed to be MP40, I believe. So this one is leading me to believe that might be Springfield as well. So yeah, as you can see, I also have a quite big interest in those skins. I like them. I enjoyed them.
Strong powers of deduction, if you ask me. Just like Paradox's strong power of entries. Finds his impact. Magos on the return for now for the 2 of the 4s coming through. And Rainer set for that engagement in a moment. Slacky, will you win this one? I'm afraid not. Arx seals the deal. Fun U then on the hunt with the rocket fuse. With, of course, finding a target. A post-mortem target, I should say. Magos going down, and Train winning the last battle 12-0, by the way. That is a dominant as can be halftime score. That's literally the best you can get. And I don't know what Team Slacky can do to actually win the pistol round in this next half.
This is a statement, right? So, like I told you before, most of the teams prefer defense side on Ascent because it is such a, you know, it's completely opposite of being an open map. You have so many claustrophobic positions here, such narrow corners. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to also mention Omen with his paranoia being so successful and so useful, because you can just flash all the enemies in one of those choke points. And well, so far they've won 12 rounds on the attack side, and besides the rank disparity, which isn't that big, we only have Slacky being, you know, gold and the lowest division here. So it really gives me, it's a head scratcher, because then you wonder, how can Team Slacky do anything? Well, winning the pistol round is a good start, but the bad news are you cannot make a single mistake, because then it's a 13th round for Team FanU, and it's just the end.
It's the danger zone that they're entering. Arx also seemingly on the roll. 1v1 that actually remains, but please, Chris, you can finish the deal, right? Don't let it end like this. Arx committing to that reload for a moment, gives him a new 15 bullets to work with, and Arx with the 4K clutch at the end to take the round and to take the entire first map. 13-0, Team FanU. This is the most dominant score that we've seen in the entire Streamers League so far. Even in the cases where a team was incredibly dominant, there was still 1, 2, maybe 3 rounds being found. But this is Team FanU just putting down a mark, making a statement. Insane.
Well, it felt like my solo queue games, and you can only imagine on which side of the, you know, of the scoreboard I might be. Team FanU showing us the true colors and bringing so much firepower into the mix. Of course, I think Ahi, if that's the way, the right way to pronounce his name, on Reina was the stellar performance from him, and the really standout player in terms of the whole squad. But overall, I'm really happy with how they showed, how they played on Ascent. I was a little bit maybe reluctant towards their team composition, because I don't see Raze being that useful. Maybe Brimstone is not my favorite pick on this map in terms of controllers, but they just swept it 13-0, so I'm not going to question them anymore.
Yeah, clearly there doesn't seem to be a need to question them at all. That was Arcs on the Reina that does or did so much, I should say, even toward the bitter end to secure the 4K. Excellent performance, and Team Funyu that have just made a dominant mark in this first best of 2. And I do wonder, with this kind of dominant score, right, not everything is decided yet. We're just going to tally up the results at the end, and obviously the ones that have the most maps won will already be destined to go toward that grand final, or towards those playoffs, I should say. But still, Team Funyu, they've made a fantastic start, and I think that they set themselves up to be very likely to get the 2-0 to win both maps in the best of 2. For now, though, speaking of winning maps and just, you know, taking a breather, we will also move to an intermission. Obviously, we've got to get everything sorted, everything ready for the second map. That will be, in case you've forgotten, the ever so lovely Bind. So check out !Hyperx and !Surfshark while you wait for us to come back, and be right here after this short intermission.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, where it is still my pleasure to welcome all you beautiful people to this beautiful tournament. I'm, of course, none other than Archer, and with me is the fated Magvire, indeed not MacGyver, but still a lovely fellow nonetheless. We're going to look at the second map of today, after we just saw a incredibly speedy first map. I think that I've got no other way to put it. Team FunU, they absolutely decimated.
Yeah, could you remind me, was Ascent an actual pick from Team FunU, or was it a choice from Team Slacky? Because I don't remember.
That was Team FunU's pick. That was Team
FunU's pick. Okay, so hopefully, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Maybe this will be a chance for a better showing for Team Slacky, because they didn't manage to win a single round. And, well, it was just a statement victory from Team FunU. Better in terms of basics, better in terms of firepower, in terms of individual skill. And as we talked before, there is not that big of a rank disparity between those teams. We have immortal players on one side, we have immortal players on the other side. Like I mentioned, I think it's the only Slacky who is like lower in terms of ranks, the gold player, but it didn't look like you know, like a game between teams that are close in the level of play. It was a complete and utter victory from the side of Team FunU. So now Bind, it has to be a big turnaround. They have to switch so many things and just maybe log onto the server, because I didn't see them there yet.
Yeah, it's maybe a harsh way to put it, but it is justified in my eyes. The fact that they really didn't manage to get one single round in, it doesn't bode well for the next map. Sure, you can argue, well, it's going to be Bind, right? That is Slacky's map pick. That is the map that they love. But even then, I mean, really, you were so massively behind. You've lost out on so many rounds. In case, also, obviously, that round difference comes into play. That's also a fact you've got to keep in mind, right? At the end of the day, they've got a lot to prove, and I really hope that they can actually do it on the second map. That maybe they'll surprise us, maybe they'll prove us, the casters, wrong. You know, we aren't always right either, as much as we would love to be. Maybe they can show us that we are clearly just silly people, and that they can get that second map clean, 13-0 of their own, and just boom, you know, one map each.
So, well, we've had this discussion about Brimstone during the first map, and like I mentioned before, I didn't see that much space on Ascent for him, but Bind is a completely different story. I want to see Brimstone here as well as a Viper, because if you think about it, Bind isn't a map where you want to put your sentinels in. There isn't a good place for Killjoy, there isn't a good place for Cypher. You can maybe argue that Chamber is a good pick there, because you can quickly rotate between the sides, as well as you know, having Sage in your composition. She's, you know, officially suited a role of Sentinel. However, she's played a little bit differently. You want the wall to plant the spike, you want the wall to block out one of the entrances when you are playing in the defensive side. But what I want to really see is a Viper, because she can lock down a whole side by herself with her utility. She's such a strong character here, and she's just, you know, filling a role of a Sentinel much better, even though she's a controller.
I'm afraid you might be a little bit disappointed, to be honest. The way that things are looking, we are moving away from Viper, and we get the, well, I almost dare say more traditional agents coming through, right? You've got your Breach, you've got your Brimstone. Raze, of course, also a solid pick when it comes to Bind in my eyes. You can't play Bind without Raze. I mean, you know, what are you playing if you don't have Raze in your composition? Just way too strong of an ult, and you want to put that into play.
Yeah, in terms of how do you look at Raze? She isn't only a duelist, she's also kind of an initiator, because she can gather so much info with her utility. Everyone knows the hookah lineup for her boombot that spots the enemies and gives info if they're playing aggressively, if they're inside of hookah or not, as well as her paint shells. You would think that, well, this is a grenade, you're supposed to eliminate players with it. not necessarily. You can just throw it into, you know, Cubby. You can throw it into Hookah. You can throw it into Lamps and just see the reaction from the enemy side. If there are players in there, they have to scatter. If there are no enemies, you just get free info and free access to those positions. So, like you mentioned, Raze has to be a pick here. Wasn't necessarily the best agent during the last round, during the last map, but right now on Bind, I just cannot imagine a Bind being played without her.
We'll have to find out. There's currently a new round, a new map. The final one in this best of 2 commences, where, of course, these beautiful players will have to prove themselves once more. Team Slacky, can you make it through? Can you show us that you are, after all, a solid match for Team FunU? Or will it be another case of Team FunU starting things off well? Well, when it comes to Mobsy, he will make a great start. That's Slacky found, and Train likely to get the next. Kappa Keko committing to the plant for now. And Train a little bit off the mark as Paradox finds the next kill. And Train will seemingly continue. Already that spike defuse is being stuck, and Mobsy, the very old frog, as people call him apparently, will go down at the end. Magos on a bit of a roll, but eventually, even after a solid triple kill, it will be Team FunU that get that first round in.
That was a solid defense. Even though the enemies got the spike down, they couldn't get into the positions where they can hold the spike afterwards. That was some clean, sweet shots from Mozzie at the start of the round. And then if you look at the composition that Team FunU is bringing to the table here, you have so many abilities that can stop the enemies from pushing, from holding positions. You have Breach Utility, you have Shock Darts, you have a Molotov from Brimstone. Just so many of those abilities that can completely destroy your defense, destroy your perimeter, and right now they are pushing.
Spike down B.
And pushing sometimes is what you've just got to do. Currently, that defending side, they show aggression, and I love to see it. Train catching out Chris V, leaves only 1 Brimstone in total. And that poor man. Whatever will he be able to do at this point, as data flow stands already sees the abilities popping on up, tries to keep outplaying them, but eventually Train just gets, well, I don't dare say greedy, but he just knows he wants to finish the match, finish the round, I should say, and he moves to the final kill, gets the 2-0 on the scoreboard.
Okay, so, there was this one round at the start of the last map where they had to remake the match because Fate is not yet available in the tournament. Then, following 13 round wins and now starting off with 2. So basically, Team FunU didn't lose a single round in the last 16 rounds. It has to finally come, right? Team Slacky has to do it. You cannot suffer such a devastating loss without winning a single round. You have to bring it in right now, Team Slacky. I'm counting on you. You have a full buy round against a budget from the enemies. So this is the best time to finally strike back.
Strike back when it's needed, when it's necessary, and it seems like Dataflow will make the entry for it. Arcs shall fall. And we've got a bit of a bomb bot going out for a moment, perhaps. As right now, it's Team Slacky. They've made that one entry. That's what they've got to build upon. They just have to make sure that currently that recon bolt, it scans pretty well.
And look at it, they are playing it smart. They slowed down, they're not pushing after the first kill, they baited out some of the utility, now they're moving their players towards A side. They might be willing to pull out the teleport player, where 2 players from Garden just jump to teleporter and strike on A side, because Team FunU, they're still reluctant to pull the trigger on where the attack is going to happen. There's only Paradox Man on B side, he'll get the kill, and not really! Just the difference of a gun right here. Mike is getting the better of him. And they can plant the spike, no problemo.
Absolutely, getting that down shifts the round further in their favor. Team Slacky, 5v3. This should be a done deal. There might be a chance that finally, they will get a round on the scoreboard. Just to reiterate, they didn't manage to pull that off in the previous round, in the previous map, and there you get it. Team Slacky, they find their first round in this best of two. This best of two, but we're already on the second map. Let that sink in for a moment.
Finally, they've listened to me and won the round. I mean, they listened to me. They've listened to what I have asked of them. Team Slacky getting one round on the board. Of course, it's not the end of the story. It's not like they won the best of two right now. It's just the start, but finally getting the round back, getting the confidence back maybe, getting what was needed. However, Team Fanyu having access to better weaponry right now, they could cut this, success story in half quite quickly.
Well, speaking of cutting things in half, it's the pain shells that'll also be dealing lots of damage. As currently, FunU even has thrown those out. Not actually connected as massively as he could have. It'll be Train instead getting the double. Slacky on the return. And now being able to commit to that spike plant. FunU along with the support from Arcs moving ahead out of lamps. This is wild, but this does work. Chris caught out, and now FunU on a roll finds the next kill. Kappa Gecko going down, Slacky being the last player standing. Well, what can you do? Apparently find a pretty impressive smoke bang. FunU, that's a tad aggressive. The 4K, the ace clutch. Yes, Slacky does it. What a beautiful way to get a second round in. Everybody that was just throwing themselves to the walls. I've got no other words for it. Slacky, credit where it's due, though. That was a really, really solid ace.
I really wanted to skip to, the round analysis because it was done deal for Team FunU, and then they just kind of grieved the round for themselves. Why FunU is pushing the smoke? There is no need to push the smoke. The enemy, he's used all of his utility, all of his abilities to stop the planter, to stop the diffuser. So basically, the time is on your side now. He has no access to more of his abilities. He has to finally peak. He has to be the one that makes the move. It's not you. You're not supposed to do that. So, Team FunU making first of those mistakes, really. But you know what? Arch is bringing it back with 2 kills out of Headhunter. Can they retrieve the guns? That's the question.
A big question to ask, really, as currently a 2v4 is on the board, and it should be Team FunU getting this one in again. As currently FunU himself finds one of those final frags. Just Magos left, and he'll go for a battle, but Arc seals the deal. 3rd kill for him to come through, and Team FunU that do make a decent return after a bit of a sorry round, really, that they just played.
Okay, so what I wanted to break down into the pieces, into the parts is, you can see the difference, and you can see the reason why Killjoy might not be the best idea, the best agent to pick on bind, because her utility is quite transparent. It's quite obvious where you put it after you plant it. In terms of the other agents, if you take into account Sova, if you take into account Viper, or even Brimstone, they can just put the stop to a diffuser by having a great lineup, which is much harder to counter than Killjoy utility, because it just lays on the ground. Of course, she can also have those lineups, but they take much longer to get down to after you throw them. So it's just better to have those agents, in my opinion. That time around it worked out because Team FunU pushed without giving it a second thought and just throw the round. But so far it's a much more competitive match from the point of view, and you can see why Team Slacky picked fight.
And Hellfire will be coming through. However, being a bit of hell himself to his opponents, as Team Slacky lose out 2 team members and are left with the 2v4. Currently, Team Slacky being caught out once more, but they've shown signs of resistance. They've shown that they can get ahead of their opponent. Although for now, I still need to see more of it happen. Arc's finding the pressure, however, getting himself the triple already. And then Paradox going for the finisher. 3 assists coming through over there, by the way. Magos, I think, that received... Yeah.
What did you receive? Tell me.
Yeah, he received, I think, tags from just about everyone when you looked at it, right, with the amount of assists coming through. And I think that kind of says enough. You've got everyone on the Team FunU side that is playing together really well. And just one big cohesive unit that can get round after round.
Yeah, they work together as a team, as one cohesive unit, like you called it. So this is really what makes me think that Team FunU might be the biggest contender in Group B to win it all, because so far when they show their weakness is during those rounds where they feel too confident, like where they feel that that is a done deal when the round is over. Chris pulling out some bunny type of, you know, jumping around. There's this Korean player, actually a streamer with Team F4Q. They actually managed to qualify for, I believe it was Berlin, the tournament in Berlin, the 3rd or the 2nd international during the last year, and he was notorious for his race play, because he would usually pick up the judge and just double satchel on site, killing everyone. What happened here was also such a, you know, important decision from Chris Slacky, getting better of Arch this time around, because his TP was placed poorly, and after he TP'd back, he was just, you know, up for grabs for Slacky. He will be able to plant the spike down, and even though he's a little bit low, it's not such a big HP difference that could put him in the worst position. So far, the pressure is Mazi, who has to find his enemy and kill him. He will not have big troubles with that, as he flashes his enemy, executes him, and get the defuse. Is the 5th one on the board for Team FunU.
Stellar performance that continues, and indeed Slacky getting caught out at the end. Very unfortunate, but the harsh reality, she did give it her absolute best shot, and he saw that chaos at the start, right? I like the way that you highlighted that judge play. But even though they try things like that on the Team Slacky side, it just doesn't end up being enough, right? That is the problem. And that kind of shows the disparity perhaps between these two teams. For now, the timer, it has come to a stop. We enter a tech pause scenario. That can happen, obviously. Not the end of the world, nothing too bad, I would presume. And something that will get sorted in a moment.
Yeah, it looks like Mozzie just disconnected from the game, if you look at the scoreboard next to his ping. So, looking back and just kind of breaking down the play from Slacky from the last round, I think the biggest issue was that after planting the spike and getting stunned by Breach, you had an idea where he is going to play. So I think Slacky wanted to push CT to get, you know, the jump on the enemy who might be going CT or might be going Heaven. So this is like a gamble. You pick either a firefight with him or just opportunity to flank him. But he was too slow and got flashed out in the open, no place to hide. So this was a really risky approach to the afterplant. He might not be so confident in his afterplant position if he goes back to short or maybe goes through bathroom. It shows that Team Slacky might not be, you know, in the best mood, maybe not so confident about their plays, because even though they've managed to win 2 rounds, which is 2 more in comparison to the last map, there's still a long way to go, long way to go in terms of, you know, if they want to bring it back, if they want to win Bind.
Exactly. Winning Bind is a base requirement for them to still get a good position in this entire second group stage. As currently, 5-2 is the score. We just hold out a little bit longer on that tech pause for, obviously, Mobzy to return. And definitely a player that we want, actually, to be a part of that Team FunU composition, because he has been putting in the work.
Robert, I've got a question. Are you you know, like big trivia guy in terms of the games that you play. Do you like to find
Oh dear.
the history and the background of the, you know, agents and what's happening in the world of Valorant?
I think that I can definitely appreciate it, but I've got to admit my Valorant trivia isn't the best. But how about you, McVire? Are you going to help me out here? Are you going to tell me like some really, really crazy Valorant facts? Because I'm here for
You know,
it.
I'm not the biggest, you know, like trivia nut. I'm sure there are people that know much more about it. And honestly, I like to dive into the world of Valorant and see what's going on. Why do we have two teams that consist of the same players, like clones? I think this was one of the biggest mysteries in terms of what's going on in this world. So basically what I wanted to ask you, do you know the background of Breach, the character, the Mazzy is playing, the player who's currently disconnected?
No, well, I mean, I've read up about him a little bit, but I've got to admit, no, tell me more. I'm all ears, McVire.
So basically he's from Sweden, and he was a mercenary, and his arms, which are clearly robotic and, you know, mechanical or whatever, are made by Killjoy. So sometimes you get the interaction between them where she asks him for some spare parts, or if she can look into his bionic arms or whatever they are called. And honestly, Breach's past is quite dark. If you listen to his voice lines, sometimes it gets really dark. So
I think, you know, you've got to give Riot credit for that, right? They do dare to say, oh, okay, you know, things don't always have to be all rainbows and sunshine. Sometimes for a character's story, it's necessary that he goes through some of the, well, how do I call it, worse phases, or some of the more challenging phases in their life. I do like the backstory that they've created, you know, like how they put that into all the agents and how they get that kind of backstory going to explain even simple things like their voice lines, for example. For now, though, simple things, they will continue. And a simple thing is the fact that this match is set to go on. As currently, the Breach abilities, they come into play. They don't connect straight
I think
away.
He was getting ready to pull the plug on the orbital strike, but luckily for him, he didn't do it because the enemies are attacking on A side. It's still an echo round for Team Slacky. They have some ultimates and they got a kill from Chris, but he's being refragged pretty quickly. As well, Team Funny getting on side with this big rocket, blowing up the enemies. And so far, they might be able to start a defuse. However, it is a lineup prepared by Dataflow to slow down the advance, and Train Spotting as well as Arch will finish it off 6-2. Well, Team Funny was giving some trouble during this round. I've got to admit that Team Slacky had a good idea of how to do it, but they just didn't have resources to hold it afterwards. After they got the plant, the difference in the weaponry was just enough for Team Funny to finish this round with a win.
And indeed, as Team Funny put the 6-2 on the scoreboard, it's just a solid performance all around that's continuing. It's not as dominant as we saw in the first map. In that sense, Team Funny is finding more resistance than Team Slacky is showing, well, this is our map pick, this is our territory. But still, Team Slacky are severely disadvantaged. It can be said, Team Funny, they're on that defender side. That is an advantage playing for them. Still, though, I would say that in a lot of situations, there shouldn't be crazy difference between the attacker versus the defending side. Train, bang on target. Really good shot found on Chris. And Kappa Keko, that commits to the plan for now. The breach ability not directly connecting. Oh, but look at that. The wall makes Train's life a lot more difficult. Mobsy coming through. Slacky going down. A 2v1, however. This is a bad trade. And this is just Train left.
That was a really good Rolling Thunder, but as you highlighted, the wall completely stopped Train Spotting, and he was supposed to be the guy who took advantage of the ultimate from Rich. If he would have managed to get the flank while the enemies are stunned and knocked up, he would probably wipe them clean but because of the wall, he was stopped. He had to take extra time to destroy it, and well, this didn't allow him to get the much needed flank. Team Slovakia getting third on the board, and really what happened was they got their first frag and just kind of pulled the trigger, just pushed the side after getting the initial frag. So that was really important. Maybe they need this kind of, you know, solution, getting those opening frags and just committing to one of the sides.
I mean, really, that attacker side is built around those opening frags. Seriously, though, in this case, they're not coming into play. FunYou and Train, they deny so much. They get free kills, and boom, that already sets the tone for the rest of the round. Leaves only Slacky along with the Brimstone support. And by the looks of it, he will also be running into an operator relatively soon. There you have it. Paradox taking out Data Flow. Brimstone on Brimstone, Violence and Arcs. He comes through, will find his target, and put down a flawless round for Team FunYou.
I'm enjoying this Brimstone with operators so much. It's such an, maybe not odd, but unlikely thing you're going to see. If you think about agents that are supposed to be, you know, sniping, or the ones that usually pick up the operator, of course you think about Jet, you think about Chamber, maybe you think about, I don't know, Reyna. Some of those players tend to pick up those sniper rifles, but you never see a Brimstone player pick up the op and actually have success with it. So far, Paradox has been, you know, like, impeccable with his operator usage.
Spike down B.
Absolutely so. Team FunYou, they've got a really solid player in that sense. Now Team Slacky trying to retort, trying to return, but only rocking a pistol on certain players. However, with Kappa Keko finding impact on the Spectre, there's a good chance here.
Yeah.
Keep in mind,
Especially they still have a res, so they could actually bring the numbers advantage to play. Hey, after planting the spike, I feel Kappa Keko will go towards long. Oh, but he might just have missed the timing. Oh my god, what is strange spotting doing finally?
Oh.
You know, made up for his mistakes.
But look at this chaos. Look at how this keeps going around, but how eventually FunYou finds the advantage. That seals the deal, and that is 8-3. That is Team FunYou. They continue, they hold on. And FunYou himself recovers the operator at the end. Not really critical, due to the fact that this is the last round of the first half, and Team FunYou, they seem to be set to get themselves around number 9 on the board. But right now, this was another clear impact play there. If Train hadn't gotten the double kill there, hadn't denied the res, then things would have not gone the way of Team FunYou, I think.
Those are those little mistakes. You can see Kappa Keko having a good idea of, okay, I've planted the spike, I know there is one guy on long that I can pick it up, that I can pick up. So what I want to do is go there as quickly as possible and bring the numbers advantage to my team. But what he didn't think of is that there might be a player on the flank, so I really have to make sure that he will not get 2 for 1. He didn't do that. And of course, train spotting, first of all, he didn't find those kills, but then he quickly redeemed himself. Right now, we have the last round on the first round of the first half, and it looks like 3-on-3.
And that might create a favourable situation toward the end of this half. Full Team Slacky. Train, though, on that hold. No spike planted just yet. Train, I wanted to say, he could have gotten the lineup, but it doesn't seem to happen. A 1v2 remains at the end, and Arcs, he is supposed to hold this off, but the Killjoy is making his life difficult. Waits for it to pop, and then immediately moves on it as it has. Dropping the teleport link, and now moving further ahead, but this should be a double pick that he's going into, and indeed he will. Not winning this battle, Slacky at least getting the final kill. 4-8, and at least that's a somewhat positive note that they can put on the end of this first half. But in general, you can see it on the scoreboard as well. The progression is by far favourable for Team FunYou.
It really should be a 9-3. because of this one round that Team Fanyu threw. But besides that, yeah, that is an upgrade from Team Slack. That is an improvement. 4 rounds on the board, and now they get to start in the defense. If they win the pistol round, they could completely like get back into the game, bring it back. So this match looks like it's going the way of Team Fanyu, and I still believe that they will get out on top. But I can see the world when Team Slacky brings it back and actually wins this game. So let's hope for the best showing of them. Their composition might actually thrive in those defensive situations with Killjoy, who should be much more useful on the defensive side.
Right here.
Most certainly so. I always like seeing that ultimate coming into play as well. Can be so powerful. For now, though, let's take a look at this pistol round. Train with the initial kill. Slacky going down. Magos, though, on that return. Chris, absolutely vital with the frenzy. And Ark struggling. FNV, however, finishing the job. 21 HP on him means that he is lucky to dodge out of that shock dart.
Oh no, oh no.
And why committing to the paint shells, but Magos finishing the deal, finishing the battle, the 1v1 at the end. Magos making a clear mark, and maybe, just maybe, Team Slacky actually going to finish this on the second half, actually moving to claim this second half, maybe to claim this map.
Oof, I believe that Fanyu could have pushed CT and go towards A, because it was Aj that had an access to a spike and he was towards A, B long, where he was smoked. So basically what you want to do after you get the kill on Kappa Keka, who was coming from A side, you know that A side is completely clear. Maybe you can get there, plant the spike, get yourself into the after plant positions, and just win this round the other way around. What didn't happen, unfortunately, what we didn't see, but right now it's Kappa Gecko with a good position. It's just a small crack in the wall, but he uses it to his advantage to get a kill.
That's all he needs, just that slight sliver somewhere to do just about enough. It's currently FNY, aka Fanyu, obviously, can find 1 impact kill in return. That is far too little, and that just barely makes for the job. A little chase there by Chris through the teleport won't actually be necessary. It's Magos at the end. Beautiful 4K put down by him. And Team Slacky on the 6th round. Stellar performance so far, as currently we enter seemingly a second half, or we reside in a second half, I should even say, where Team Slacky are really dictating the way things are going. Would you say that on a map like Bind, it is ever so slightly defender favored?
Actually, I think when I've last checked the stats, it was a little bit like in favor of attackers. This was like 52-48, because I always like to check those stats, since I have my own idea how the game should be played, and it usually isn't the case. So Bind looks like a highly defensive map, but lately some of those teams were bringing a lot of firepower in terms of the attacker side, and actually were winning more towards the attack side. But like I told you before, I think yesterday, I think in the lower level of play, which still will be immortal in my mind if we compare it to professional play, most of the teams will prefer to play on the defensive side, because it's just so much easier to come up with a good plan. You are not the pressure is all on the opposite side, right? They have to make the first move, they have to attack, they have to come up with a plan, how to smoke it, where to put the utility. When you're playing in the defense, what you really do is just hold angles, you just use smokes, you play off your utility that was prepared beforehand. So I believe that it's easier to win on the defensive side, especially on Bind. So yeah, I would think this is a slightly defensive side favored map, but anything can happen. When Fanyu is, you know, flying high up to the stars like this, they can swing the balance and actually win in the attack as well.
And I think that Team Fanyu can definitely grab themselves some momentum at this point. Finding that first round on the attacker side does a lot to make sure things keep going your way, and that you can actually put that mark down, that you can say, okay, Now we decide how this second half is going to go. As currently, FunYu moves ahead. That's aggressive, but that works. Look at the spray down, the double. Beautifully done, and the paint shells to chase. And that's a sight completely in Team FunYu's hands. Also get the follow-up with the showstopper, but it doesn't quite connect. That could have been deadly. That could have gotten 2 people if it had been aimed just a bit better. Chris now coming on that return, taking out FunYu. Maybe this will be the return. Maybe this will be the retake, but they've got to be wary. There are so many players so close. Several angles. Strain not winning the battle, though. And a 3v3 that remains.
They're buying so much time with all of those utility pieces. You can see the smokes, you can see the slows. Arch TPing back, he didn't manage to get a kill, but he put a lot of damage into his enemies. Mosey is taking advantage of that. Paradox, you know, being put down by Chris, but there's not enough time to win the round. Mosey will fall victim to a blast from the spike, but it's the 10th round on the board for Team FunYu. Let's see if they have enough money to buy towards this round. It looks like they do, but my real question is, who let this baboon out of the zoo? FunYu just swinging from tree to tree. This is the 2nd round in the row where he just double satchels on the spike side and gets this time around 2 kills. Such a high impact round for him, and he can be really happy with his performance because so far he's leading his team to a victory.
Absolutely. So those kind of key players then compete so worthwhile. Train moving ahead.
This is you know, this is the best instance of how you can use Raze. I've mentioned this to this rumor, right? So you just put it down, it checks hookah for you, you get a free kill, and then FunYu can do his shenanigans like this, just jumping on side like nothing ever happened.
Yep.
You know, next day in the office for him, probably 4th kill on the board for him, 11th round for Team FunYu, and they're just rocking, they're just pulling the weight this map and beating the enemies to a pulp.
Just destroying. You see it here with a slight slow-mo attached. FunYu finding kill after kill, and understandably on the top of the leaderboard by a pretty solid margin too. 23 kills versus the 17 or 15 that Train and Arx have respectively. That's really good, and that just does about enough, I think. Team FunYu that actually have a team captain they can rely on. Magos then, also the playmaker for the Team Slacky side. The one on the top of the leaderboard over there that tries to find a start, but it's Paradox actually coming through with the entry.
Yeah, starting it off with a huge kill for him. Team Slacky on the back foot. They only have access to one of those ultimates, and it's being finally used by Chris. He gets the kill, but he might get pushed by Team FunYu. Like the captain of the team, he's doing such a great work. You can see the confidence, you can see that he's right in the zone and he knows what he's doing. Arch, who was a crucial part of the team during the first map, is not doing so good. Is not having a best performance of his life, but this round he might actually have a big impact because I think he's still undetected in the lamps and he could get a good flank.
And that good flank coming through perhaps in a moment. Now the spike being committed to. This is a tougher situation, right? This is that 2v3 scenario. Team FunYu, they're rocking a disadvantage. Magos, though, not finding the kill, and now the res on Chris coming through. Obviously in a very safe position in Bas. Arx then getting tagged up, and Magos figuring, well, I can just commit to this defuse, right? And that's just an undoable situation. Magos, his commitment remains. The incendiary, they're making life for Arx also very difficult. And then the support from the teammates that Magos had. Team Slacky, 7th round on the board. They're still 4 behind, however. And Team FunYu, they're going to be giving it another shot, still have a full buy on their hands.
A real good recovery from Team Slacky point of view. They've got their res. The smokes were right on the spot. Also, I think it was Dataflow who put his molly down, so Arch had to push out of the lamps to do anything, but in the process he lost most of his HP. 7th round on the board for Team Slacky. They're still in the game, but during the last round, they've used both of their ultimates, and right now it's just an orbital strike ready for them. And I think I see the Guardian in hands of Slacky, so they are not in the best position in terms of the weaponry, I think.
There's an issue here or there, right? We can't deny that, but let's hope that still Team Slacky can make the best out of it. Utilize that defending side advantage. Make sure that you play the angles and that you wait for your enemy to go for a fight. Oh dear, Paradox, very caught out, but lucky man manages to survive just narrowly. 30 HP left is... That's a lot. Yep, that's strong. Sees the players move ahead. FunU and Paradox, though, with that double return on the entry. And FunU, I'm not sure what was happening there. Caught out at the very least. Mobsy then finding the next kill. Magos going down. Mobsy also quickly upgrading to that Vandal.
Oof, Arch just slightly dodging the bullet. He, of course, has access to his ultimate as well as Brimstone. Look, they will be trying to buy as much time as possible. They have Molotov ready. They have Orbital Strike ready to go as well. Paradox is already activated his tablet, so he can just pull the trigger any moment now. And Kreese is well aware of that. He has to scatter. He has to run for the hills. It will be the 12th round for Team FunU. And what happened in the CT, I think that Team Slacky actually, confused their own race with FunU, because he stayed alive for such a long time, and only after a couple of seconds they realized, oh, this is not our player, this is not our race, so we have to finish him off. Let's see the replay. It's just missed it.
Unfortunate, happens, Still, though, I think that there's a clear tone being set. This is just FunU's movement skill also coming through, right? We've seen that time and time again. And it's also that B side that has been preferred the majority of the time, if you ask me, on that attacking side. This time, though, they're taking a different approach, and you see it right away with the dominant position that they take. Orbital Strike on Lamps, but Mobsy getting lost out at the start. The Showstopper to chase, but the Showstopper not to hit. Nobody found, nobody killed. Train, however, gets the chance to plant really quickly. And now it is Paradox that finds a kill in return. That is the 4v4 and the afterplant that's been created by Team FunU. It shifts the balance. This means they can play a defensive game. Chris, however, good entry. Train goes down. There's a chance here for a retake. But maybe Arcs will make a difference anyway. It's a solid double. That's a 2v3.
As long as FunU has control over Lamps, they are controlling the whole situation. Right now, Mag is trying to answer with the Hunter's Fury, but the time is running out. They have to start defusing. And of course, Lucky not standing a chance in this particular fight, and Arch finishing it off. 13-7. It's 2-0 in the best of 2 for Team FunU. Congratulations for them. Such a great showing on the first map. Bind was a little bit closer, but still they've managed to pull it off. And of course, FunU, I think the highlight of the game, his race was completely crazy. Getting on side with those double satchels, it was just a treat to watch. Once again, big congrats to them. Such a statement on the Ascent, and Bind was a little bit tougher. You can see this one. This is the round that I was talking about. This should have been, round done and dusted on the side of Team FunU. They kind of dropped the ball, but afterwards they recovered really well and managed to win the game after all.
I think that you also can't deny the fact, right, that there's still that really dominant showing on or at the end of the half by Team FunU. They ended up taking that half, I believe 8-4 it was, and that just says so much. You can't get around that fact, and that is exactly the kind of play that just tells you, okay, see, Team FunU, even though there was a great start on the second half by Slacky getting that pistol round as well, you just can't deny the fact that in the end, Team FunU was stronger. However, do you want to give the credit where it's due? Slacky, and her team, they did give Team FunU a way harder fight for their second map, but it won't be taken away from them. And it's FunU that stand 2-0 so far in those standings. So I really wonder how this second match is going to turn out, because that's also going to feature FunU but he'll be going up against Anti-Lipsy in that matchup. If he can win, I think even just one map there, that'll be enough for him to definitely get the top seed for the grand, or for the semi-final, I should say, on Sunday.
Yeah, and if they're looking to place place first in the group, they will be most likely, or for sure, facing off Team Stacy. So this sounds like already a quite spicy matchup. So I cannot wait for that. But of course, first we have to see Team Anti-Lipsy. Quick glance towards them. They have mostly imported players and one from Plat 2. So it looks like the rank disparity isn't too big. So maybe yet again we're going to see a competitive game against those between those two teams. But of course, this we have to wait for just a little while.
Obviously, it will take a moment for the players and everything to be put into order for everyone to get ready, which will, of course, give you lovely people at home a chance to check out some of the fantastic things that you can do whilst we go to an intermission. Also important to note is that we've got a Hyperx Wildcard, which is excellent to utilize. If you might be a Team Slacky fan and you say, oh dear, I'm a little bit worried, I'm not sure if she's going to make it, well, use !Wildcard in the chat, give your favorite streamer a vote, and maybe, just maybe, they'll actually get a chance at that LAN down the line. Don't forget about that. Furthermore, of course, also check out !Hyperx itself and !Surfshark for your VPN needs. For now, we move to an intermission, and we will be happy to welcome you back after this break with, of course, the second matchup of today, Team FunU versus Anti-Lipsy. See you in a moment.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome to the bed. Make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Bring it to the top right now, make it wild. Bring it to the top right now, make it wild. Bring it to the top right now, make it wild. Bring it to the top right now, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it This is a night of love.
Hello and welcome back to the Streamers League, the cherry on top of your Saturday, undoubtedly. So, we've already seen a spectacular first match where we saw Team Funyu well, quite honestly, almost destroying Team Slacky. There was a bout of resistance on the second map, but the results cannot be denied. 2-0 was the score there in that best of 2. And Team Fun For You, well, they gave their opponents a run for their money. Currently, we enter the second match. We enter the territory where we will see Team Fun You performing once more, but this time going up against Antilipsy and his compatriots. That'll be done on Bind and Ascent, respectively. And now, Magpie, help me out here. Isn't this feeling a little bit repetitive?
No, you're mixing it up. Beforehand, we had Ascent first and Bind second. That's a completely different story, right?
Yeah, clearly. How could I make that mistake? Really,
no,
though,
of course
I mean,
it's
yeah. It's the
yeah,
exact same map lineup.
because exactly the same line map lineup. That's a hard word to get through my system, but yeah, I'm happy. I actually enjoy watching Bind, and from what we have seen, Ascent was just a quick 13 and no sweep. And also, if you think about it, this time Team Fun You will determine is Team Antilipsy a real challenge? Are they that good on those 2 maps? Or was just Team Slacky, lacking a little bit? So basically, having the same maps will determine if Team Fun You are the best ones in this group by far.
I think it's a very solid question to ask, because currently that will put it up to, well, it will decide really, is Team Fun You then also going to be that maybe playoffs favorite? I think that it's got potential there. When you look at the previous results, when you look at the other teams that are going to come into play there, I really, really do believe that we could have a battle of the Titans there, Team Mugi versus Team Fun You. I think that is something I would already dare call out as a potential grand final. But now, though, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's keep our eyes focused on this second match of today. Team Antilipsy, as you've undoubtedly also taken a look, I presume, are a team that show the same kind of composition. 2 Immortals, one plat player, an unknown factor or 2. I think that's something that we've got to keep in mind, right? That is something that should be doing quite a lot for these teams, and something that at least is going to be quite equal, I think, in this matchup. How are you feeling for the rest, though? Do you think the fact that we go back to Bind will be something where Team Fun You will still have kind of an issue? Will they still be facing resistance again or struggling somewhat?
It's really a question of how well Team Antilipsy will show us the Bind, because Team Fun You, from what I've seen, they've had a good idea of how to play Bind. Of course, Fun You being the leading role there, jumping, double satcheling on side. So basically his race is on the point. The rest of the players, they've also knew what to do. They had Brimstone, they had Chamber ready. So I would probably not go for this composition as being, best in the slot. I would still probably add something else, but you can approach Bind from many different angles. You could play for I don't know if it's so viable, but in the past, you could play around, lineups, having the Brimstone, having Viper, just planting the spike and, making enemies' life hard to defuse it. It was a meta back, a couple of months ago. I remember Fnatic being the most used to that playstyle team, but still some teams are bringing Sova, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but I've learned to actually accept him there and see his value. Of course, with the drone, with the Wrecking Dart, even though he was nerfed recently, he still is such a viable and strong character. So the question is really how Team Antilipsy will show, because this is their map pick. So they feel quite confident after seeing what just Team Fun You did with the Team Slacky, right? So they must have something prepared for Bind to bring it home.
I also actually wonder, now that you say that, how is the anti-stratting going to be? Will Team Antilipsy have actually been carefully watching, making sure to be taking the notes and making sure that they know exactly what kind of crazy things their opponent might get up to? I think that there's pretty good potential for that as well, and that's something that Team Fun You has to keep in mind. That's something that could be thrown against them, a counter, which is exactly what is needed in my eyes to stop their dominant performance, especially on a map like Ascent, that is the map where they scored a 13-0 result. Obviously, that's also partially down to Team Slovakia, I think, but really, it does still show Team Funyu put those lads on Ascent, and they know how to rise to the sky, so it seems like. Ascend to the heavens, you could say. Still, in this matchup, Bind, first map indeed, what do you maybe want to see differently from that previous map? Because I feel like we've seen, you know, we saw a pretty aggressive style of play coming through from Team Funyu. I mean, Funyu himself on that race, just really just blazing through the entire map, honestly.
Okay,
maybe
I'll come to... Yeah, sorry.
Maybe more teleporters is what I would wanted to say.
Yeah, I'll come to Bind in a moment. My real question, and something that I can figure out, is how did Ascent get through the map pick? Because Team Anti-Lipsy must have seen what happened on Ascent, 13-0. Well, 14-0 if you take into consideration the one round that has to be replayed. So what do they feel like? Why did they let Ascent through the map ban, you know, like map veto? How did they, like, they must have something prepared for this map if they're willing to play it, or maybe they are just, they don't want to play Fracture or Haven or Icebox or the other maps that were, you know, thrown out of the mix. So this is the real question. But coming back to Bind, there were some situations where I think Team Funyu was too focused on pushing one side and not maybe thinking about other solutions. They could have gotten, you know, better rotations, maybe used the teleports in some cases to move the composition around the map quicker. And of course, they must, you know, think about not getting ahead of themselves, because there were a couple of rounds where they just thought that the round is done and dusted, it's over, and they overstepped their welcome, and they got punished by Team Slovakia, who won a couple of rounds this way. So this is important for Team Funyu. They've just won a best of 2 series in a convincing fashion, but this is a completely different opponent, this is a completely different match. So of course you can be happy, you can be confident after winning the previous best of 2, but you have to respect the players from the enemy team and approach it with a clean slate, you know, giving the advantage of the doubt for the enemy that they could be better than you, or that they can be at your level. So you still have to put your best behavior and not best behavior, best performance on the board.
Best performance.
And try your best. Yeah.
Absolutely right. Best behavior is also important, right? We don't want people BMing one another. We're all friends here, and it's all in the spirit of the fair competition. Speaking of that competition, by the way, for the people at home, just a bit of a heads up. If you might be worried that your team is not going to make it, don't forget about the Hyperx Wildcard. You can find that under !Wildcard, and with that, you can vote for your favorite streamer to make sure they get a chance still to get into that LAN down the line. Still, obviously, if you do, or if you are worried, also make sure that you cheer them on enough in the chat, because they can really use your support, all right? You know, it does a lot in my eyes when you've got people in the chat, when you know that there's people having your back, rooting for you. Just how I'm very happy with, of course, these lovely Greek people that you've got in chat that have been very, very kind with the compliments yesterday and today as well. Also very much appreciated, obviously. And McVie, I saw some fans of yours coming in there as well. Have you been telling people, hey, you know, I'm going to be on the Streamers League, definitely catch me over here?
Yeah, well, I did. It's a big deal for me. Like I told you before, yesterday, maybe some people don't know, but this is only a start for me, at least that's what I think. So yeah, I was quite excited. I tweeted about it, and well, I'm happy that there are some people in the chat that do know me. I know example because we just met on during the media day for the 2nd season of VRL. So basically, this was like the appetizer before the LAN, because we'll get to meet all those players in person, and this is going to be quite fun because you will have you know, the pack of people from so many different countries. Of course, it's the region of Eastern Europe, so our cultures are kind of similar and might be similar in some cases, you know, but still different languages, different nationalities, and they all come to Wrocław. So I'm wondering, are we going to, you know, welcome them with Polish traditional cuisine, you know, dumplings and all those stuff, or maybe those players will prefer to look for the regional, you know, cuisine and restaurants in Wrocław, because I'm sure there must be a couple of Greek, you know, restaurants in Wrocław. Maybe they will show us some of their, you know, delicacies, souvlaki and tzatziki and all that stuff. I will be quite happy to taste all of those and to learn about, you know, the tradition, the customs of all of those.
Absolutely. I'm happy that we can kind of bring, you know, all those countries together in that sense, right? We're going to have all sorts of nationalities competing for that epic prize at the end of the LAN. And that's a really exciting prospect. You know, I'm happy that we've got such a unique opportunity and that we can bring all those people together. And of course, you know, you've got the likes of me, Hazza, Janiro. We're coming in from the more Western European side of Belgium and the UK. So that's also lovely to just bring everyone together like that. In the meantime, speaking of bringing everyone together, the teams are bringing their agents together. We enter the agent select and we take a look at how this composition is going to look. Obviously, it's bind again, so seeing a Raze pop up, seeing a Sova, a Brimstone by the looks of things, nothing too weird here. What might be the upset factor for you on this one, McVire?
The upset factor, what really interests me is Mozzie, who is switching up. He just played Breach on this map and now he's bringing the Sky. So this is definitely a change. And of course, in the terms of Team Antilipsi, they're bringing Jet to the table, so much quicker, much more dynamic approach to the composition. I'm expecting from them to play quite aggressively in the defense side, because if you have Jet, you have to take advantage of her abilities, right? So you basically have to play quite aggressively towards B main, or maybe A main or B long, where you can utilize her abilities after getting a kill or after getting into the firefight. You can just dash back. That's what you need. That's what I need to see from the side of Team Antilipsi. But if you compare it to this to the composition from Fanyu, well, they still have Chamber, so he pretty much plays the same role as Jet in terms of the defense. When you are on an attacking side, you have someone who can watch the flank for you with his traps, which is really, really important, because Bind is all about quick rotations, about those flanks. And if you have a Chamber in your team, he can spot the enemies before they get the jump on you. And Team Antilipsi, they do not have that privilege with two duelists and no sentinels, so they will have to be really quick and really confident in their attacks, because if the attack, you know, just stretches out too long, the enemies might have a good opportunity and a chance to get those flanks in.
Absolutely. It's a scary prospect, but it's also something that you just have to keep in mind. Play it well and play it tactically as we enter the first map in this second matchup. Team Funyu versus Team Antilipsi. And currently in this matchup, Team Funyu clearly with the favor. They have a 2-0 when it comes to a map score. And Team Funyu now will be the question if they can repeat something like that once more. Antilipsi, a bit of an unknown factor in that sense, and also a team that has to prove themselves.
And yet again, Team Funyu starting on the defensive side. That's what you want to see. They're moving most of the players towards B main, expecting the push there. So, of course, Chamber playing aggressively, he's TPing back, and most of the players moving towards B already. So they are sniffing that the attack might come here, but Antilipsi anticipating that, they're moving on the rotation quite quickly to attack on A side. There's only Sova there, and he will not be enough to stop this advance.
Indeed, Train then with the first kill, taking out the Raze. Also, a pretty good follow-up on the Shock Dart, and now some more explosions coming on through. Pain shells from Funyu, finding their target. Whoa, dearie me, that name tripped me up for a moment. Chaos Sass, who'll go for that kill. Funyu, however, moving right on back. Look at that frenzy, rocking the kills, the 4K to come through. Funyu, what a start. And the defuse, first part being taken by Mobsy, the next being committed to.
Yeah,
by
to
team.
Fanyu, I think they want to get Fanyu to his ultimate quite quickly, so he will probably have access to it, or could have access to it during the third round. This is always something that I'm looking forward to, how the teams can adapt and how the teams can come up with an ideas in order to win those bonus rounds, because they can swing the tempo and the overall feeling of the game towards your side quite convincingly. And Fanyu, well, just going guns blazing into the second match, and the first map being Bind again. It just looks like he was born on this map. Maybe he's Moroccan or part Moroccan something, because of course Bind being a Moroccan map.
Time to hunt.
Yeah, that's a very fair
They've
point.
just
Who knows?
missed their mark. They wanted to push mid, and the push from the attack side is coming on A short. It's just Arch with his headhunter in the hand. 2 bullets left. Well, this round might be more surprising than we anticipated at first. Fanyu jumping in. Luckily getting 2 kills and putting the nades down.
enemy remaining.
Lamps are much important to
player
get control of, to get, you know, hold of. And right now it's 1v1 Fanyu being the hero for his team, defusing the spike, and he has access to his ultimate like we talked before, of course. 4 of the players falling down and the spike being planted. It's such a good round from Antilipsi, but after all, in the end, they didn't win it.
And that will be the 2-0 on the board. Fanyu with a beautiful play out of that boom bot to be thrown. And that just creates a scenario in which Fanyu put down a pretty solid performance. And just like that, the 2-0 on the board means that Antilipsi are caught out right now. And I think right now with that kind of scenario being on the board, Antilipsi is going to have to be quick on that return. Getting, or preventing, I should say, that 3-0 and preventing that milestone for their opponents.
Oh, that's really unlucky from the part of Arch. He just TP'd back in front of Nade. And yeah, Team Fanyu, they didn't put that much into this round because they know that they don't have money. So maybe Fanyu, maybe he will be the one to stop the attack. Not really. They're just falling like a flies. And this should be the first round on the board for Team Antilipsi. They do not make mistakes. They are not wrong in the attack, using all those guns that they had money for, and just losing one guy won't be a problem. When you look at the bonus round, what you want to achieve is probably either a win. This is a perfect situation, but a win-win situation for you if you get free kills. So basically, if you get 3 guns off the enemy team, because then 2 remaining players, they still have money to buy each of those remaining, they still have enough money to drop one of the guns from themselves, but the one player will be missing a gun. So basically, what you want to do during the bonus round is get 3 kills. You just managed to get 1, so this is not much from Fanyu, but you can already see that this map will be much closer, much more competitive from the last 2 rounds and how they went.
I'm happy to see it, right? Team Antilipsi, in that sense, being quick enough on the ball. Now just having to make sure that that attacker side can stay, well, I would almost say fresh, right? Because you have to keep getting those good tactics to come through. You have to keep making sure that you can keep your defending side on their toes and that you can get the drop on them where it's necessary. Now some paint shells to be thrown out, but it will actually be Fanyu on some duck hunting. Bizzle found for an 8 Chaos as they all go down, and it's a flawless round from Team Fanyu. Excellently done, and I did really like the idea that we saw Bizzle just jumping and hopping about, trying as they may, but sadly not finding the success.
Okay, let me touch on that, because that was actually an example of how you shouldn't use your raise, because you don't want to go up, you want to go, I think, vertically, right? So you want to get to the backside, not to the moon. Forward, yeah, you want to go forwards. So basically what Bizzle did is he gave his opponent so much time to readjust their crosshairs or anticipate where he's going to land, because when you're on satchels, you don't have such a good accuracy as a raise. So you don't want to go upwards, you want to go forwards. Fanyu, he showed us how to do it during last map. He's probably showing us how to do it this time around, but so far those sheriffs are doing the work. Not until Paradox Man gets into the mix. 3 kills for him, a hat trick, and this will be a 4th round on the board for Fanyu.
Not as flawless as the previous one were, ironically enough, but still with a result found. 4-1 on the board. Team Fanyu, they keep their dominant streak going. They make a clear performance. They make a good showing. Team Antilipsi, for now, I feel, still trying to find their way around. You can at least see them getting a new chance. There's full armor being bought again. Rifles are in the hands of the players. So that's at least something going their way. That's something working out for them. But I do wonder how they'll be able to contend with the rest of this round. If they lose it out again, then it's another situation in which you will notice the lads from Antilipsi giving way too much room to Team Fanyu. Don't give them that massively dominant defending side. Foreignator, though, good entry. Train on the return. But keep an eye on Arx and his tour de force.
Oh no, oh no. Arch was spotted, so he has to give up this position. Tenta coming in with a res. Can they destroy him? Yeah, Train spotting, getting a kill. Of course, on top of that, there was orbital strike added. And, well, Antilipsi, they don't want to push B side, so they're changing the plan. And actually, moving towards A side, Bizzle with a really important frag, Paradox Man put down. So they can get the spike planted as well.
Found them.
And that will be eventually planted. It takes a lot of time, it feels like. Oh, Bizzle. Timing's a little bit off there. If he'd gone just around the corner, that could have actually been a success. But in the end, a kill is still found. Train coming through with his 3rd, by the way. But obviously, with a res having happened, there's still 3 people alive. Fanyu, though, finding the next impact. And maybe a quick commitment to the defuse could be so much. Arx, for now, that isn't sticking it. Tenta that's coming through, and there's the bait. Oh dear, there's the team kill even. As Chaos will have the unfortunate scenario in which, he takes out his teammate and he gets dragged out by Fanyu at the end. 5-1. And the defuse has come through. Fanyu, again, the last one alive.
Oh, you know, I think what I did is use my magic force to cast against this game, because I just said this one is much more competitive and we will see, you know, much even game, and so far it's 5-1. Of course, those rounds usually are so close that there's 1 or maybe 2 players alive at the end of each round. But still the score doesn't lie. We have 5-1. Maybe this time, however, Antilipsi can answer back somehow. That's a really good usage of package from Bizzle. He just dodged it. And Arch, he wanted to maybe get a jump on the enemy. You usually don't expect a player to push the drone, but the jet was ready. And Mozzie, you just can't get out in the open like this. You're going to fall.
Last player
And here you see it again. Speaking of people falling. Oh, Train. I thought that got close for a moment, but in the end, Bizzle stays dominant. Still had that support from Jet to come through if it had been necessary, but it isn't. 3 kills found, and Team Antilipsi that do get the 2nd round. So far, things are rolling okay. You can't deny Team Fanyu and their strong performance, but Team Antilipsi, maybe they'll be making that return now.
But still, even though they got the 2nd round on the board, their economy isn't in the perfect state. You can see one of the players missing a gun. No, not really. They somehow, you know, got their savings and bought a gun to a brimstone. Okay, Arch with the op. He wasn't using the sniper rifle that much during the bind, during the previous map, so maybe it's high time he brought it out now, but he's missing his first shot. He's missed.
Indeed. And you got to hit your shots, right? That's also another critical factor. If you're off the mark, then you will not get yourself the kills. Currently, Team Antilipsi setting themselves up for a push toward the A site, down the main way, and hoping that that's where they can perhaps find that impact. But they will contend with Funyu, and Funyu's been such a solid anchor on every site so far. Paint shells now to chase, but they won't damage that massively. It's Paradox actually to find the first kill, and time's starting to be a factor. Only 30 seconds on the clock, so come on, Team Antilipsi. It's now or never. And it seems like they've rotated around. They figure that the A site is not for them.
Blinded.
That is what's working.
Oh,
What the hell? Mozzie getting a collab. That was perfect. In the last round, well, he kind of took a bad position, but here he was just in the perfect time at the perfect place. And his flash was also quite useful. Arch getting the last kill. It's the 6th one on the board for Team Fanyu, and Mozzie. That was so clean. Look at it again. Flash to get
Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. Just a perfect crosshair position. He was ready for that. And even though he was the only player on the B side at that time, he held it perfectly. So what I really liked from the side of Team Antilipsi is that they're moving around the map quite a lot. So they're not like, you know, pushing and trying to break through the wall. They actually, you know, give it a thought where we want to go, what we want to do, how do we want to put our numbers around the map. What isn't working is just them not winning the firefights. That's really important. You cannot lose those firefights in VALORANT. But now they got it! Fanyu, however, with 2 answers, but Chaos Sass, he will get one for himself. Train spotting is right there. Revenge.
A bit sloppy, honestly,
one for
from
him.
Bizzle, that one. Clean plays, and Bizzle that just didn't even bother to check the corner, to be honest. As the 7th round is found, Team Funyu, they stand 7-2. And they do have that dominant angle still being held. And here you see it again, Funyu coming through with a beautiful double. And then Train finishing the job with a triple. And that also kind of sets up, right, the power duo that you can see at the top of the scoreboard. Funyu and Train.
Yeah, and I think it was the same case during the last map. Even though Fanyu was on the top of the scoreboard for the most of the time, it was Train spotting actually. So those 2 players having a beast performance on the bind, but we cannot forget about Arch, who was really important and actually crucial to the win during the Ascent map. He's not having such a great map here, but still putting some numbers on the board. This time around it's Foreignator who gets 2 kills, but Fanyu bringing the judge to the table and actually making it even. I didn't even like, it slipped my mind, but it's 2v2, and Antilipsi looking to get the 3rd round on the board for them. They have a good afterplan setup with both ultimates ready, so Paradox and Fanyu, they have to be quick.
Absolutely. Speedy, I might even say. As right now they do have the controlling angle, and you do notice they are too far away. There's no way that this is going to work out, but there is still that Brim ult coming into play, but a half has been found, and that means that now it can be stuck, which means that this is a done deal. There you have it. The Hunter's Fury is off the mark. I like the play. I like the idea with the ultimates, but it doesn't work.
The idea was good, but the execute was horrendous. Like, it should never... You should never do it in this, you know, this way. So basically, you cannot just go away so far and then put your ultimates to use. You have to be quicker. So after they got the half defuse, both enemies are above 70 HP mark, so they will survive the first charge of the Sovas ult. And you just used 2 super strong ultimates and still lost the round. That's a bummer.
A real shame. A real shame. But the reality that continues, Team Funyu, they won't be bummed out. Oh, Foreignator, that is not the way that Blade Storm was supposed to go. Funyu with the high ground, but a plant that can't be denied. A 3v4, and Tenta along with Joji exactly finding the kills when they need to. Kel'Thas putting
want
down his
to-
incendiary in the meantime. Arcs
They
looking
want
around.
to fight on the
One
side.
enemy remaining.
Yeah, I don't know how this will work out for them though, as Arcs finds the final kill. It's already decided. Mobsy committing to the defuse, and Team FunU 9-2. Oh, dare I say a 10-2 halftime score?
Last
Oh,
round
or maybe
in
the
half.
cursed one, 9-3. That could bring back them to this game, because Team Antilepsy really struggling. I think they wanted the small adjustment during the last round, which was to stay on side and actually fight defenders on side, because their after plan in the previous round just didn't work. So this time around they felt like, okay, we have to hold our ground after we planted the spike, you know, pick up those fights, not let them through, but they just lost it yet again. This is a nice cooperation between the defenders. They want to attack in the middle, but they might just, you know, overstay their welcome. Bizzle with 2 kills, Arch with 1, and Paradox bringing Odin into play. This is such a hectic round, but Antilepsy with numbers advantage.
And with a 2v3 remaining, Paradox moving further ahead. One
Look at the spike,
good
look at the
connection here
spike.
could do so much. Yep, it's exactly in a terrible spot for them. Paradox can delay with the incendiary, but for now there's an entire minute that Team Antilepsy has to retake. Paradox, whilst I admire your conviction, that seemed impossible to do. The tour de force is actually misplaced. He's better off using his Vandal with the amount of players that find themselves there. Arcs not able to catch anyone on that rotation towards the A site, and Team Antilepsy, they'll be able to get away with a spike plant here, I presume, as currently it's put down, and Antilepsy, they should at the very least be able to get the 3-9 on the board, inciting a potential for a 9-3 curse. Everyone knows it. It's a risk. It's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, because this is the 9-3 result gives you this full sense of security, right? You have 9 points, so you're so close to winning. But in fact, if the enemy wins pistol round, they can bring it back to 9-5. Of course, then there's a bonus round where you can go double digits. Then 10th round on the board is usually the one that marks the end of the game quite quickly. 10-6. Still a lot can happen. So 9-3, this isn't a disastrous result for Antilepsy, but from what we have seen, Team FunU just getting better off in those clutch situations. So Team Antilepsy really needs to pull their weight together and win out on those clutch situations. There's like 5 rounds that Team FunU won after defusing the spike, so it shows you that Team Antilepsy could have gotten, they've actually managed to get on sides, to put the spike down. The execution afterwards was what was lacking.
Exactly. So, Train coming through with the first kill. This pistol round seems to be going the way of Team FunU. Entry should be quite secured. 4v2 is undoable to retake, I'd almost say. Currently 2 players left out. FunU tagging a little bit perhaps, but Mobsy trying to make use of the distraction with the close range angle. The ghost doesn't quite connect. FunU though can catch out Tenta, and FunU.
Oh, they want to knife him. They want to knife
Oh
him.
wow! Oh, He'll finish the job. I thought for a moment that Bizzle was already a goner, but can at least find that last ghost kill. Sadly though, not enough, and Team FunU on those double digits, claiming the second pistol round as well.
Again, Robert, do you remember what I told you? What Team FunU has to look out for? Like, they cannot get too ahead of themselves. They cannot get too comfortable. And right now, they're just knifing their enemies. You can see how confident, how just comfortable they are feeling in this game. 10-3, they are going for knife kills. They're just taking their sweet time, having fun, having few laughs. And so far, they're looking like an unbeatable team that would be.
Unbeatable team, I can definitely agree with that. Antilepsy, maybe now you can make a difference, but by the aggressiveness that Team FunU is showing, I don't dare say that that's going to be the case. every time the players on the anti-Lipsy side are getting caught out. And that just leaves the two of them at this point. Team Anti-Lipsy, so very unfortunate. Okay, the shorty is a nice detail, but then Fun Yu comes through with his Spectre. And that leaves only Foreignator, however, can connect now. All that's got to be done is a safe play. Arcs coming in the back. Brimstone being found. Play the time, Arcs, and there you get it. Incendiary seals the deal.
Yeah.
And Arcs gets the kill.
He's managed to do his job. But still,
yeah, I was about to say.
You can see like Team Fanyu won this round, but they've lost all 4 players with the remaining guns. So right now, they either go hard eco where they only buy sheriffs, or they go full buy where they cannot afford all of the abilities or all of the equipment. You can see some of them lacking full shields. So even though they're winning 11-3, if they're going up against a better team that can take, you know, advantage of those mistakes, of them playing a little bit sloppy in those rounds where they are done deal, this could, you know, backfire. But I think this is only because they are just feeling so confident, so comfortable. They can see that they're smashing their opponents, 3rd map in a row. They're just feeling it, and they're pushing side before they planted the spike. Team Fanyu putting, showing, like, sending a message to all the other participants. This is such a statement of their power.
Absolutely so. It's a crystal clear statement at that. It's them saying this is the way it is. Sass, even though he returned somewhat, it won't be enough. Mobsy at the end finds 2 kills, and Team Fun Yu 12-3. They're already on that point. And I mean, it feels as if this map has only been going for a little while. But Team Fun Yu, they are so dominant, they are so strong. They don't give their opponents the slightest bit of room right now. And I think that puts up a very, very good chance for this to become the 13-3.
13-0, 13-7, I believe, was the scoreline of the Bind in the previous match. 13-3. Team Fanyu is just not dropping rounds. They mean business. They really want to get to Wrocław. Maybe, I don't know, to meet me or meet you or eat some Polish pierogies, you know? But they are doing it really, really well. Fanyu jumping yet again. I think it's like his trademark right now. Oh, and he just missed the second guy! Oh, how can he pull off such great kills? 13-3. Amazing, amazing showing from Team Fanyu. They're just so fun to watch at the same time as well. So far, I think my favorite team to watch from Greek region. They just, you know, they're just a complete package because they are fun to watch. They're good. They do some goofy, silly stuff, but they're doing it in such fashion that they're winning convincingly. So far, Team Fanyu showing us how good they are, and Ascent is yet to come, and Ascent is them up where they didn't lose a single round, so they could improve the result on Ascent and maybe in best of 2 as well, because 13-3 is much better result that they got on Bind when they were playing against Team Slacky.
Absolutely so, and we've got to keep this in mind as well, right? This already gives Team Fanyu a whopping 3 maps, and the only way that they can actually be contested anymore at this point is if Team Anti-Lipsy manages to win the next matchup and then also puts down a perfect 2-0 score against Team Slacky. And at that point, it'll get down to round difference, which, you know, once we have to start calculating that, I'm just not smart enough for it. But really, right now, I don't know if it's going to get to that point. Team Fanyu seems to be so dominant, and I don't know if Team Anti-Lipsy will actually be able to win a map against them, because you said it yourself, right, McVire? I mean, Ascent, that was the 13-0 result for Team Fanyu, so how so won't they just pull that off again? What's stopping them from putting down such a crazy score once more?
Well, I'm sorry, Robert, but that's not happening. I mean, 3-0 for Team Anti-Lipsy right now being the only result that can pull them to the first place. It's just not happening. The way that Team Fanyu is playing right now, it's too strong. they're really confident. They are really, you know, they're playing quite loosely right now because they are just feeling comfortable with the way they're playing. So morale is good, tempo is good, overall level of their play is also really acceptable, I would say, or maybe not acceptable, desirable for the other teams.
It is.
So
it really is. I don't have anything to say about it, really. I think that Team Funny have set themselves up as the champions of this second group, of Group B, of course, for this Saturday. For now, though, we will move to a intermission, as always. Don't forget for you guys at home to put !Hyperx and !Surfshark in the chat. We'll be right back with you after this break and be excited to dive into Ascent, the second map of this best of 2. See you in a moment.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Come to the bed. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a banger of a first map where once again we saw just Team FunU saying, hey, you know what? This is the score and we're going to be done in about half an hour, 40 minutes. And that seems to be the trend that they want to hold on to. 13-3 was the mark on the first map on Bind. And now we move to Ascent, a map in which Team FunU has managed to score 13-0 in the first match of today. So I'm very excited for this one. I'm maybe a little bit scared in Team Anti-Lipsy's place. How are you feeling for this one, Magvire?
Okay, so 2 takes from my side. First of all, 13-3, it's quite a worrying result, especially on your map pick. And if you're starting as Team Anti-Lipsy on your map pick and you just got smashed 13-3, your confidence levels must be near the floor level. But my second take is I don't think that 13-3 represented how close the game was. I mean, the game wasn't that close, but still 13-3. It could have been 13-7, 13-8 maybe, if some of those rounds were played in a better fashion, in a much more convincing way by Team Anti-Lipsy. So pretty much it's all on them. If they can improve going into the Ascent, maybe we can see a better result. But like you told us, worrying thing also is 13-0 against Team for the Team FunU during the last best of 2. So this time around, well, they do not have a result to improve. They can only go worse, but still winning is just crucial for them. The worst scenario for them will be placing second in this group, and it's probably not going to happen. I'm wondering if they're going to make any changes in terms of composition, because we just saw Mozzie playing Sky after he played Breach, so maybe they'll mix it up a little bit. FunU, of course, on his Raze, looks like this is his favorite character.
I mean, I think when we look at this, Agent Select, we can probably expect a few of those solid factors to come through again. No surprise with Raze, with Sova, Brimstone as well. You know, he's got his place in Ascent. He can definitely work. But I do get the impression that we'll see a very big disparity between the picks. Sure, there's a constant in the sense of a Sova being picked on either side, but that seems to kind of be where it stops. I'm not sure what Train is going to go for. I almost would hazard a guess that he could be going for that Sage in the end, but I don't know if he's actually going to do that. It seems unlikely, looking at what he's picked in the past. For now, Arx locks in the Rain. At least that's another mirror pick being found. But the Brimstone and the Raze are different, and it will be the Killjoy coming through from Train on this one. Now, how are we feeling about that? Killjoy, the right choice for Ascent, you think?
Yeah, I think if there is any map that Killjoy is still popular and still, you know, quite suitable for, it will be Ascent, because of her setups in the defensive side, as well as quite easy access to orbs. If you think about it, fighting towards A main, B main is something that both teams want to do. They want to have control. Defenders, because it is such a great information and such a great control. You know what's going on the map when you have control over mains. And attackers, of course, it's like the first step in your attack to get to advance the side, so you need control over A mains or B main, basically where the ult orbs are. And if you manage to stack them onto Killjoy, she can use them during attack side on B, on A, and also quite useful while retaking, because the sides are just so condensed, so compact, you can use it quite easily. One thing that I'm not that big fan of is the teams are unwilling to use Jet and prefer Reyna over that. Of course, Reyna is a character that is quite popular on ranked. It's such a, you know, solo queue, let's say, agent. But Jet could be doing a lot of good stuff on Ascent still, I believe. But let's get into the pistol round.
Absolutely. FNY FunU making the first impact. A double kill found. Paradox and Train both on the entries as well. And boom! Round was just about 20-30 seconds on, and it's already done. It's Team FunU that make a clear mark on Ascent, and that shows us why they decide to pick it and why they decide to play it. Still, this is merely the pistol round. There's still a lot to be decided, a lot to be done. As currently, of course, the lads on the FunU side have merely made a good start, but Team Antilipsi, they'll be retorting with some simple pistol buys, nothing too wild.
There.
Seeing how lightning fast Team Fanyu is playing, our viewers are probably wondering who is going to finish faster, Maguire his sentence or maybe Team Fanyu around, because they've struck a couple of those sites in such a fashion where if you blinked, you probably missed the main point of the round, and they are not, stopping this time around either. They just pushed on B side, of course, better weaponry right now, playing in their favor. But not losing guns will be crucial to getting a good bonus round. Again, Team Fanyu and said Fanyu just getting 2 kills on his side. Mozi adding on top of that his own 2 kills. And it's second round for Fanyu.
And the way that they do this, right, they just start things off and they push on through. It's dominant showings all around still. If Foreignator can find that initial pick, sure, it's a nice to have. But then, boom, Fanyu gets his double. Mobsy also pushes through. And that seals the deal. Easy as that, Team Fanyu, that make the good start and that keep things going. I think right now, at this rate, Team Fanyu, they're looking to set themselves up for a quick win on this one as well. But now there will be a decent resistance coming through from Team Antilipsi and Team Fanyu. They're playing the ever so slight bonus round, if you ask me.
But they are not stopping either in the bonus round. The speed is the key to winning this round, especially if you look at the map where Team Antilipsi is placed, 4 players towards A side, and it's such a big blow because Team Fanyu, even though they have worse weaponry right now, even though they have Spectres, they can make them work in those close quarter situations.
And so it will be Fanyu with his next kill already. Center to full train with the follow-up, and this bonus round seems to be going all the ways of Team Fanyu after all. Even if Chaos can find himself a kill in the end, the result is clear. Sure, Team Fanyu played a pretty heavy round. They lost 3 out of 5 people, but they created the situation in which they had each other covered, where they had the angles held, and where the refrags were aligned. It just creates these scenarios in which you see Team Fanyu whittling down their opponent and eventually getting another round win in 3-0. And Team Antilipsi again economically on the down low.
Well, so far it looks like Team Fanyu will be the winning team from the B group. So crucial takeaway for Team Stacy, who's already waiting in the playoffs for the first team from Group B, is to ban Ascent. You don't want to face Team Fanyu on this map. They're just so good. They play so confidently. They have a plan, and they actually bring it to life in such a confident way that you cannot face them. You're no opponent to them at all.
Absolutely not. And now Chaos commits, but Paradox says, "Oh, 4K for me." Ironically enough, the rounds in which Team Antilipsi can find impact are the rounds in which they've got the worst weaponry. Regardless, though, they've given it a shot, but once again, they've not succeeded. Team Fanyu, their streak continues for now. Reserves being built up gradually. There's weapons in their hands, heavy armor, abilities having been bought, and ultimates also starting to come in closely. Arx is getting close to his Empress. Train, Fanyu, Paradox, they've all got their ultimates ready to go.
Let's see how they can make them work, because those ultimates are quite strong ones, and the ones that you can use proactively. What does it mean? You can use them before you attack. You can use them to achieve some sort of effect, and the effect that they're achieving right now is just a ultimate from Killjoy, and all of the defenders, they have to scatter, they have to run for the heals. They left the side, and look at it. Actually, Team Fanyu having full control over what's happening on B side.
Absolutely. So, maybe a chance, maybe an opportunity. Spike, however, has been planted already, and that time is ticking. That is the important factor. Arx now comes through. Train finds the kill. Arx on a roll with a triple. And Chaos, the last man standing. And that leaves it. That's 5-0. Team Fanyu. Boom.
I'm sorry, but Team Antilipsi, they have to anticipate such plays. They have to form some sort of the answer ahead of the play that comes from Team Fanyu. You can check easily, just press stop. You can see that the enemies have access to their ultimate. So what do you want to do then? Okay, they have access to Killjoy's ult, so we can play more aggressively towards B main, or we can just let them access to B side, but then get the flank, put our utility in the retake position or something. This just was a really, you know, they let me down in the way that they lost last round. It was just too simple, too easy for Fanyu, and it's the same way doing this round too.
That's harsh. But maybe you deserve.
Yeah, I'm a little bit harsh.
Still, though,
the
the disappointment of Magvire, that's heavy though. They've got to just deal with that, right? Honestly, I understand it. Time now is ticking. Maybe a chance, however. Mobsy, the last one standing, finds the kill on Foreignator, stands in the incendiary. Daring, but it's got to be wary. Doesn't expect the push from Joji. And that defuse will come in easily on time. Team Antilipsi to find their first round. Took them a little while, but eventually the result is there.
Yeah, and Team Fanyu starting off great. They got the entry to the side quite easily, the first kill, and then yet again, what happened? They are just so hungry for the kills, so hungry for the blood that all of the players are trying to find the respective kills, and this didn't happen. Oh, why Mozzie? Mozzie just turned around. He must have heard that Recon Bolt coming in from short, so maybe a little bit, maybe a little mistake from his side, but still, it's 5-1. However, Antilipsi made something that team that couldn't happen in the beforehand. They won the first round in Assen. They showed us that Team Fanyu are not perfect on this map either, but they're just good enough to add the 6th round on the board for them.
Yeah, you can say that they're not perfect, but they come pretty close with the performance that they put down. I mean, Arx and Paradox, they return again. They find the last few kills, and the 6-1 appears on the scoreboard once more. It's Team Fanyu, sure, I'll admit it as well, right? They dropped the ball there for a moment, and they gave Team Antilipsi a chance. But you also saw how close that got. It was down to just a 1v1 at the end, and Mobsy was just not paying attention. Called the recon dart on the wrong position. Should have maybe waited out longer and not left the flank or his backside exposed. And sure, that round was lost. But the fact that it came down to a 1v1, that says enough. And that is just Team Antilipsi giving too much room to their opponent. Now again, an entry. Team Fanyu, they move up ahead, and boom, they've already claimed the site. Foreignator, they will try to retort, but Foreignator actually gets great chances with his headhunter. Finding a double, but the spike will still be put down.
I'm sorry, just look at the map and the placement of the fallen Team Fanyu players. They all pushed the smoke, which resulted in Foreignator getting 2 kills, and he's adding another 2 of them afterwards. Paradox, he was able to throw his incendiary out, but the time, this will be just enough of it for Antilipsi to get the 2nd round on the board. Just too eager, just too quick from Team Fanyu. They shouldn't have pushed it. What you want to do is close the damn door down, put your players in the after plant positions, maybe get one of them on the flank if you really want somebody to attack the short side. But that's it, and Team Fanyu, they're winning, they're feeling quite confident, but in a quite confident fashion, but they are just getting a little bit too ahead of themselves in these kind of situations.
Indeed. Still, let's see if Team Antilipsi can move further ahead in total. They've still got a 4-round deficit to work from, and dearie me, in this case, the call has been completely wrong. You will not see the spike being put down, however, and you will see Joji finding a bang-on target, Hunter's Fury. 2 people put down, but Fanyu on the return. 10, however, coming through Arx with that refrag, and Foreignator then to take out Paradox. A 1v2 remains, and Arx is in a tough spot, but now caught out by the Owl drone. Will win the battle with Foreignator regardless. grabs the spike as a minute to play with and will try to bait Joji out of position. The recon bolt gives away her position, but it seems like Arx, he does not care. He will go for the battle anyway and win it. The triple is found, and Team FunU, they grab round number 7. A tense situation once more, but in this case, one where they can grab the advantage. One factor coming into play, though, is the fact that 4 out of 5 ults are ready on that defender side. And in that sense, Team Antilipsi might be getting up to certain antics in this next round.
It started off well because Georgie connected his ultimate on 2 players. How often does it happen? You probably have to, you know, line them up, and that's what exactly happened during the last round. But then Archie, the guy we talked about concerning the last Ascent performance, he's just putting numbers for his team. And again, you don't push that smoke. You just don't push that smoke. How did you not learn from your own mistakes? Come on, boys. Team FunU, they are letting me down now because how do you say it? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It's basically the same thing that happened a couple of rounds ago. Team FunU, just no need to push this smoke. Close the door down, get yourself in positions, and you can avoid playing like this. You can avoid having to clutch this round, because Bizzle might be just the guy who brings it back. It's the 3rd round for Antilipsi. And Team FunU, they are their own executors, basically, during this round.
Absolutely excellent. And the 3rd found for Team Antilipsi. Maybe there's a chance here. Team Antilipsi, if they can bring this up to a 5-7, you'll see, okay, that defender side still not as smooth sailing as it could have been. But it puts that margin close enough. It gives a chance down the line to say, okay, right, that one wasn't it. But once you go to that pistol round and you can actually win that one, there's a good chance. There's potential there. But sadly, in this case, I mean, I'm not too certain of that yet. I'm still somewhat doubtful. However, I will also remark on the fact Team FunU, they're struggling somewhat. Economically, things aren't smooth sailing that much anymore because you did notice a few cases of light armor coming through. The players that clearly aren't going as easily on these things anymore as they were earlier. Bizzle then finding that double kill. Tenta also coming on through. Ark struggling with his fight, and only Paradox being left out at this point. That's just one player left.
Unfortunately for Team FunU, this is the aftermath of those rounds where they just pushed without giving it a second thought. Have they played a little bit more reserved? Have they played a little bit more, you know, patiently? They would probably not lose all of those guns, and most importantly, they wouldn't have lost 2 of those rounds, and as a result, maybe 3 of them, because like you mentioned before, they didn't have enough money for the last round. Right now, they're also struggling, so this might be 7-5, and Antilipsi still being in the game.
Yeah, they aren't losing that grip as much as we might have expected from them based on the earlier performance, where we saw that 3-13 loss for Team Antilipsi. It kind of makes you say, right, okay, this is crystal clear. This is a situation in which they were dominated. But now you get the idea that there's a potentially better spot, right? You have Team FunU that are showing some cracks in their armor. Vision also denied, Spike not being planted. Tenta coming through with that frag. Paradox caught out. Oh, dearie me. FunU, the dynamic plays, but Foreignator denying the chance, and Foreignator moving ahead with his double. Only Sova left on the FunU side. Poor old Mobsy. Try as he may, I don't think this will be a win for him.
And a real chance for Team Antilipsi to bring this game to a halt, to actually tie it up. If they manage to win the pistol round, everything's possible. So Team FunU, they really have to focus. They really have to put the work in, because playing loosey-goosey like, it's not working. And This is what sometimes happens in those games who seem to be one-sided, right? You get excited, maybe a little bit too excited. Maybe you get a little bit too bored because it's too easy to smash enemies, right? So you start doing those things that you wouldn't normally do, like pushing the smokes, like taking fights even though you're 10 HP and you should just go back, hold an angle. And I think that's exactly what happened in this game for Team Fanyu. And maybe finally now they realize that this game is not yet done. It's 7-5, and it might just get out of their hands if they continue to play this way.
Absolutely. So it can't be denied, that fact. And for now, we enter this new found scenario. We enter this second half. Who will take the pistol round? Well, let's go and find out. As currently, Foreignator finds the initial kill. FNY on the return. Foreignator to fall. And, of course, Fanyu, in that sense, balances things back out. Arcs then coming through with the next. And Tenta's plant will come through, but will be deadly, so it seems. The boom bot and the pain shells. Then Fanyu coming through with the frenzy. Just does so much. Oh, look at this. That's daring. Committing to her own pain shells still to try and get a stab in. It just won't work out. It'll be a kill regardless. Team Fanyu, they grab that second pistol round. And with that, they have managed so far, if my notes are correct, which usually they are, managed to get every single pistol round in this second match. That is solid.
Almost like
that is powerful.
Almost like Team Stacy yesterday, right?
Yeah.
They also managed to get most of those rounds on the board, and finally, a dash of cold water on the heads of Team Fanyu, I think. Getting this pistol round, maybe just giving it a second thought, like, okay, boys, stop messing around. We've come here to win the game, so let's actually get going and win the game. Paradox, man, he's showing us yet again that even though he's playing Brimstone, he's willing to pick up those sniper rifle kills, train spotting, good push, maybe a little bit too late because you saw that Fanyu pushed alone towards mid, towards Link, and train spotting was just a few seconds late to help him out, but he's managed to get 4 kills, so all in all, it's yet another round on the side of Team Fanyu. Let's see.
And I think that Team Fanyu himself, in that sense.
Yeah, Fanyu himself, he picked up Judge, so I'm looking forward to seeing if he can maybe spice things up. He's playing towards A main, so it looks like double satchel play. He actually wants to close the distance and make use of this automatic shotgun.
Yeah, that Judge is always such a nasty piece of work, but it can deal so much damage. Sadly, it won't be coming into play. No, Fanyu, he just goes down, taken out by the Rainer. And for now, the incendiary is thrown to delay. Paradox now also vision denied, but he'll survive. No. He's got that smoke. Yeah, he survives. He's okay. He's okay. Don't worry, my dear McVire. He'll survive. As currently Arcs moves ahead. Paradox then to actually get the kill. Tenta falling.
What?
And it's Team Fanyu. They're holding on to the defense for now.
That is the most unlikely scenario. Paradox putting those smokes down, he wants to make this kind of a corridor so he can stay close with his sheriff in play. He gets spotted then like 4 times. 3 times by Reconvolve, then getting tagged by the drone. And he still manages to stay alive and actually get one of those kills just shooting through the smoke, just scanning it. Okay, train spotting, he's 150, he has Vandal in his hands, and both of the enemy players are just completely low. This will be a clutch from train spotting, a really good timing, a really good flank, and the 10th round on the board.
And so, with the defuse to come through, 10th round coming in, and Team Fanyu, they've achieved the double digits, in my sense, or in my opinion really, that is always an important milestone. It puts you 3 rounds away from winning the entire map. That is so worthwhile. That does so much. You can't underestimate the value of that. And I think that's going to be a factor coming into play for Team Fun U. Now they'll be spurred on further as their opponents have to grab some Guardians, light armor for certain players. You can notice that things are going a little bit wrong there. Things are not flowing as well as they could.
Yeah, this is such a weird buy because you don't have money for the next round, and you've just spent all of the credits on the weaponry that is not up to par if you look at the equipment that the enemy has. So it's such a, you know, I think a panic statement from Antilipsi, or a last-ditch effort really to bring this victory home.
And that victory, it can practically be tasted by Team Fun U as they've gotten another round on their hands. They seem to be unstoppable at this point in time, being absolutely solid and showing themselves and proving that Team Antilipsi so far has not been able to get anything on that second half. Don't forget that, right? Team Fun U, they've already gotten 4 rounds struck together, and I think that right now that says a lot. 2 left, and Foreignator pulling out the tour de force. That is powerful, but that'll be Train to come through, finds a double, and holds that angle straight away, stands ready with the 4K, and asks to finish the job. That is a clean round, a clean showing. I mean, the lads from Team Fun U, they just want to finish this.
You just like to see that from the point of view of Train spotting. Getting into the zone, holding his position, getting 4 kills on the board. And I think so far he could be the best player from the side of Team Fun U. Just too strong now. Foreignator bringing the AWP into play. Counting.
And there you get it.
Actually, check. I think Fun U was actually a victim of a friendly fire. This ultimate from Brimstone hurt him badly.
It can be dangerous, that Brim ult. I know it can be, really. The orbital strike is punishing, to say the least. Just like Bizzle can be at times. Commits to putting that door down, also an important factor coming into play. And that will give Kale a chance to plant the Train coming through this smoke. Oh, that's daring. However, Joji should hold this angle, right? Seems like right now Train is being caught out. Shock Dart is good to chase, but Train won't be hurt by it. Now moves on in. Spots Bizzle, gets that battle. It's down to a 1v1. Who will get this? It'll be Mobsy at the end. And there you have it. Defuse to come through. Team Fun U, they will take this. And they will grab not just a 13th round, they grab a map, another match, and they put themselves far out on the top of the leaderboard with a whopping 12 points, 4 maps going their way. I mean, Team Fun U, they absolutely destroyed, they absolutely decimated, and it was a pleasure, an absolute pleasure to see them play like this.
Okay, so let's rewind back. 13-0 on the first Ascent, then 13-7. Starting off this series against
of course, Team Slacky to start things off with. That was our first matchup.
And then 13-5 and 13-7, right? So basically, good performances on their side. They only showed 2 maps, which is quite interesting because I'm left wondering if they have something left in the tank, if they can, you know, pull something surprising maybe during the playoffs, or maybe they are saving the best maps, the best strats for the more challenging opponents, or is it just it? Is the Ascent like the, you know, go to the Exodia, or maybe not? And of course, I'm still waiting for the matchup of Team Antilipsi and Team Slacky, because it will decide which one of those teams will go and face Team Mugi tomorrow in the playoffs.
Exactly, that's what's at play, and in that sense, I think that we saved the best for last. That one delightful best of 2 left, and here we see it again by the way those standings. Group B has Team Fun U standing strong at the top. Team Antilipsi and Team Slacky having found nothing so far today. It's perhaps a little bit harsh, but it is the reality. And now in the final matchup of today, in the last two maps that we'll see, because obviously it's still a best of two, we get a proving, we get a chance. It's going to either be Slacky or Antilipsi that win this out. Question is also going to be, will this be a draw type of scenario? Then it comes down to round difference, who won in the most impressive fashion. And, then things start getting complicated. People have to start working with numbers. And I would just be hoping that production is going to save my hide and tell me when that match has ended, who actually goes through to the qualifiers. Well, the qualifiers, the playoffs, I should say, of course, being played out tomorrow on the same channel, by the way, in case you were wondering. So don't forget to drop us a follow as well.
Well, do you have any favorite? What do you think about upcoming games? Are you more leaning towards Team Slacky or maybe Team Antilipsi?
I find it difficult to say right now. I'd say that Team Slacky, they got decimated on that first map, right? They played Ascent and they were 0-13. They were just completely put away. But then on the second map, you did notice, okay, 7-13. Team Slacky, they knew how to put up a certain degree of resistance. Across the board, though, Team Antilipsi, they were a little bit stronger and they got a few rounds in extra. So that's something going in favor for them. I think if I'd have to pick any one of these two, I would put in for Team Antilipsi purely based on the fact that they were able to put just a slightly better resistance up. But speaking of putting up a resistance for us, it's time to put up a slight intermission. We've got a third match lined up after that, obviously. It will be Team Antilipsi going up against Team Slacky. A beautiful matchup, a delightful one, where we'll be sitting with glee, waiting with excitement, and getting ready to dive into that. In the meantime, for you guys, check out !Hyperx and !Surfshark, of course. Definitely worth giving a look, and we will give you a look right after this intermission.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, where we're already entering the territory of a third match. The time is flying today, and that is, of course, to blame to one particular team today. It is Team Fun For You, or Fun You even, that has been completely destroying, and that has made it so that they have completely secured their spot in the playoffs already with fantastic seeding, and that we're now down to our final matchup of today. It will be Team Slacky going up against Team Antilipsi. And that's a matchup, I think, that we can be very curious about and also really wonder about how it's going to pan out. What do you think, my ever so dear, not MacGyver, but Magvire? Still trips me up sometimes. You know, sometimes I still want to say MacGyver, but it's not that. Your name is even more unique than that.
You know, I got used to it. Like, there are many other... you know, iterations of
people.
My nickname, if I can call it that. Yeah, well, it looked like someone was in a hurry because for sure, Team Fun For You, well, made it look easy and made it look quick. So the real question is, who is also getting out of this group? Is it going to be Team Antilipsi, who managed to win more of the rounds from Team Fun You, or maybe Team Slacky, who unfortunately didn't even win the first round on the Ascent? I wouldn't count out Team Slacky so far because they've shown us that they know what to do on Bind. And what's interesting for me is the map pool and map veto, because of course Team Bind was chosen by both of those teams going against Team Fun You. So it's quite surprising for me that we are not seeing Bind chosen here. It will be Haven, picked by Slacky, and Breeze going the way of Antilipsi.
Indeed, that is our map pool for the final match of today. I'm really excited about this one because at least it does offer a bit of a change-up, right? Haven and Breeze, that does at least make for a different type of playing field and for something that will at least be more challenging, I think, different from what we've seen so far. And, you know, I welcome that with open arms. We've seen Bind, we've seen Ascent, we've seen it twice, we've seen it enough. Now it's time for different maps to come into play. And what's the first thing that comes to mind for you, Magvire, if you see Haven? What do you think of right away?
Well, it really matters if I'm seeing it on the broadcast or in my ranked games, because if I see it in my ranked games, I'll probably say skip, I'll pass.
Dodge.
I don't like to dodge. Yeah, dodge. If I see it on the broadcast, it's such an intricate and complicated map because it seems quite simple. Well, because you have three sides, but really what's important to do on this map is to get info and get control over certain points of the map. It's such a big map that you probably cannot just put one player on each side of the map, on each corridor, because he'll be outnumbered quite easily by the attack side. So what's important is the right agent composition. In terms of how you want to defend it, probably you want Killjoy, or maybe Cypher, or maybe Chamber. This is a map that offers you a wide range of picks in terms of Sentinels. And when you're talking about attack side, you actually need a lot of those agents that can make you space on the side. So basically, if you don't see Sova on Haven, someone is probably doing something wrong. And you can choose from Sky being this more quick and more explosive agent, to maybe Breach, where you want to control, you want to get control over orbs, you want to farm his ultimate as much as possible. This is the way that Korean teams used to play Haven, bringing Breach, fighting heavily over those orb ults, and then actually managing to pull off like 3, 4, maybe sometimes 5 ults during one of the halves. So this will be quite important. And of course, if you have access to a player that can bring the operator, the sniper rifle into the mix, that's such a good idea, because you have so many long corridors. You can have so many angles where Jet or Chamber can use this powerful sniper rifle, which is crucial, especially in the defense.
Most certainly. So snipers always carry a great impact, and if you have an angle on lockdown with an operator, well, then you should normally be able to make sure that nobody can come in over there. Speaking of things coming in, it's time for us to come into that agent select and take a look actually at who is going to be picked for this map. As said before, it is Haven, and I think that you made the right call there on that chamber. Sova, another one I think that we maybe can expect, depending. Although it seems like he's being held out for now. We actually see Jets and eventually a Sova that will actually pop up on either side. Clearly, quite a lot being locked in. Team Antilipsy, they're already feeling quite certain about what agents they're going to go for today.
In terms of pro play, I'm not the biggest fan of Sage here. I think she's quite an old school pick. First of all, her wall can give you some access, can give you some control over a certain point of the map, but it's easily destroyable and it just times out after 40 seconds or so. So she doesn't really play a role of Sentinel. If you have Cypher, if you have Chamber, if you have Killjoy, utility of those agents, well, it has infinite time, you know, on the timer. So basically, you put it down, it's either being destroyed or it holds or it does its purpose, right? So basically, not the biggest fan of Sage here, but maybe you can use her in some other creative way. I've seen some teams, you know, put the wall down and then flash it with Sky's flash, which is quite innovative and caught off guard some of the enemies. So this could be the idea, but I'm worried that the Sage pick is just because of the simplicity of the character and being comfortable with her. Of course, it is a good thing to do. You want to play characters, agents that you're comfortable with, but when you compete on the highest level, when you compete for the highest prizes, you want to bring some agents that can actually be more influential than Sage. So we really have to see how she will perform in this game.
I think that, you know, the Sage it can still provide opportunities, right? It can definitely be utilized. I can think of a few ways that you can play it into, for example, a B side, you know, a mid push. That also can actually work pretty well with a Sage wall. But for now, we will take a look and see how this pans out in reality, because it's time. Our first map, it has commenced. It's time to take a look, see which one of these two teams will be the better of the two, because obviously we've seen them both get quite roughly handled by Team Funyu. So now it's time to see how well they will be able to take on each other.
Looks like it will be, of course, Team Antilipsy starting on the defense side, and it's just Omen solely staying on A side. He'll be pushed back, of course, C side. Excuse me, Chris. What a shot from him. Coordinator trying his best, but missing a couple of bullets. He also just dies.
Absolutely, that's a harsh reality. And Team Slacky that make a good entry. Their attacker side is strong. Team Antilipsy, they're a little bit caught out for now. 3v5. And Team Slacky standing ahead. Chris finding a third kill already. And then Magos following it up. Only one player left, and that is Tenta. Falling back, moving toward that C-long position. The data flow has got it down, and Team Slacky will grab round number 1.
Well, it was quite a simple round, right? So you basically just put the dart behind C, smoke it, push it with Jet, and here you see an actual power of Jet. Why she's such a powerful character, and why for the longest time she was the most impactful agent, the most broken agent, you could say. So basically she can still play her role with the recent changes. She just dashes inside, creates space, gets the first kill in this case, which is quite important. Oh, Magus, you never want to pull your drone before it's checked. Luckily for him, there was a teammate who actually covered him.
Placing swamp grenade.
Indeed, good to see that they're looking out for one another. Magos, in the meantime, will find out Joji. A 3v2 that remains, and Foreignator setting themselves up to at least push further. Bulldog in hands and trying to look for a kill to find, but it just doesn't seem to happen. Foreignator in that sense moving up ahead. Bizzle comes in, gets the kill. A 1v1 that remains, and Bizzle, quite low HP, I presume. The Sage now waiting things out And all that he's got to do is play a bit of ring around the rosy. Kappa now waiting to peek, and there will be the kill. Bulldog picked up, and I'm not sure actually if he can survive. Doesn't look like it indeed. Kappa goes down, but Team Slacky get their second round, and that is what matters.
Such a costly victory for Team Slacky. They've lost all the guns, they've lost all the players, and Antilipsy will be quite happy with the result of the second round. Of course, pulling off a win would be perfect, but didn't work this time around. So let's see, let's check if Team Slacky is actually going to play full this time. Okay, so they are investing in the round, they're risking it. They don't want to play it with a worse weaponry. Looks like they've bought themselves Vandals and all that stuff, but it's Bizzle who strikes first.
Impact found by that defending side might mean that Team Antilipsy is finally looking at a round going their way. Still, Chris had a bit of potential, but won't connect to much. It's Tenta grabbing that kill, and a 5v3 remaining. Team Antilipsy, this should be your situation. This should be your call. Normally speaking, with the advantage that they're rocking, with the advantage that they've got, I'd be surprised if they lose it out at this point. All that it takes is patience, chaos also to find the next kill. For a moment, waiting, eventually dropping a smoke out for the mid angle. Now Chaos pushing for that kill, finds something with the Phantom. Only Kappa that's able to return. Means that a 2v4 is the situation, just anything but favourable. And in the end, Slacky sure will win one battle, but Joji's right there on the refrag. And it's Team Antilipsy finding their first round. Not a moment too soon.
She tried her best, but there were just too many of the enemies, and having to deal with them with just a Bulldog wasn't enough. And you can see the impact of the second round that was won by Slacky, but in such a poor fashion that they had to force the next one around. So there wasn't a bonus round. The third round that we usually call a bonus round, it was a full round. So right now, Team Antilipsy, they have to go to an eco round and maybe try to bring it back with Chris and his Blade Storm.
Oh, and he's right on the money. At least Chaos goes down, but there's another player right there, and you see Foreignator finding the frag. Also Tenta getting a really strong position. Foreignator committing further, and Team Antilipsy setting themselves right up for the second round. As Bizzle finds the last, and a 2-2 remains.
And as we anticipated, much more competitive, much more even game from the sides of the both teams. Bizzle being on the frontier in terms of the performance on the defensive side, and unluckily for Chris, he was the only one who had an access to a legit weapon, and getting the first kill, but quickly being silenced by Foreignator and his great position. If you look at it, also, Team Antilipsy, they have access to two agents that could possibly play with OP. And if you have this double OP setup, it's quite a powerful defensive setup, because you can control A side, C side with the ops. So far, they didn't reach for the sniper rifles, but maybe this will come in the future. Let's focus on this map. On this round, though, Bizzle with yet another shot that lands. It's 5-3. Magus quickly with quick answer, trying to bring it back for his team.
And that's always nice to see. 4v3. And Team Antilipsy, they are standing strong. Data flow. Now, though, getting the frag on Tenta might bring a bit of difference into play. Currently, a 3v3 is on the board, and you'll notice with the time ticking down, pressure is mounting for Team Slacky to actually get onto a site. They want to get that spike down somewhere, and it seems like they're sending data flow somewhere toward a reconnaissance mission, but also a smoking mission for that C side. Nebulas
he just
will be dropped.
30 seconds left.
Yep, and that will lead to Chaos. Normally holding this off, though. Good vision denied, and eventually the kill's found, but Magos stronger with the triple. A 1v1 remains, and Magos wins the eventual battle, gets himself a 4K. Even puts down the spike at the end. That's a nice little detail. And Team
What a
Slacky, they get
hero.
the third round in.
Magos single-handedly winning this round for his team, 4k from his side. And Team Slacky on the top, again, winning a really important round. But we still seem to be observing Bizzle playing aggressively towards A short.
One remaining.
This is such a thorn in the side of Team Antilipsi. They haven't managed to find a way how to deal with it. And if it happens to play such a crucial role, might be too much. However, Foreignator, oh my god, it's just a treat to see when Chamber picks up his tour de force and does it like it again. That does this like that.
One enemy remaining.
And boom, Foreignator. The man is on a roll. He is dominating. And he leaves no one left, it feels like. Now just Magos is right there. And you see Foreignator, he's pushing on up. Checks the corner, finds the ace. It's lovely to see that his team also lets him move ahead on that. A stellar performance that Foreignator puts down. And Team Antilipsi that find themselves 3-3. These two teams seem to be pretty set on going toe-to-toe with one another.
I wonder, was that a full buy or just an eco from the side of Team Slacky? Because of course Team Antilipsi, because I think Foreignator was playing it with his. Yeah, it must have been eco, because if you look at the economy, they have so much credits right now available. So this is such an important win. Probably two birds with one stone, because not only you win echo, you can retrieve so much weaponry from the side of the enemy and keep your economy flowing. And right now it's Team Slacky who has to go on an eco round. So such an important round from Foreignator, and he really was the saving grace in the previous best of 2 for his team. Thanks to his performance, they've managed to win so many rounds. Of course, losing the whole series, but still bringing in a better performance than Team Slacky during the first best of 2.
Absolutely. And currently, I like the fact that this performance also shows from either side how well matched they are. For now, a push comes toward the A side. Look at them all moving out of that short position. Bizzle with the first kill. However, Crispy on the return. They try to start things off with, but Team Slacky, they are all getting on top of that A side. Plus Kapakeka coming through with a Resurrect. However, the Resurrect is denied by Joji. Shock Dart is painful. Chris, though, definitely on a roll, finds a triple. And KR, he struggles to hold things off. 1v3 in the end, and Team Slacky that should have this round in the bag.
So much chaos going on this A strike. But yeah, finally Team Slacky answering with 4 good kills, even though the lockdown didn't fully activate. It's Team Slacky with the control. They should have no problem finishing it up. It's just Joji. I felt like he was on his bizarre adventure, but it was Joji, right? Am I talking about the correct anime character? Yeah, Joji and the bizarre character and the bizarre journey, right?
Yeah. You're good.
Are you big anime? Are you big into anime game? Because I'm not. I've got to be completely honest. I've watched a couple of series.
I've heard the term before. That's why, like Joji, the bizarre adventure, something like that. That's why what I know it from. I absolutely never watch it, to be dead honest with you. Totally not my jam. But hey, I'm not a hater. Whatever people enjoy, they should watch. For now, though, we also keep watching, and we see Team Slacky with a 1-round advantage that they're rocking 4-3. But it all feels so fickle, and it would not surprise me if in a moment's time we will be seeing the lads coming through from, obviously, Team Antilipsi on that return. A 4v4 now remains. An initial trade comes through.
Such
It will
a
be
close
10
game.
to claim
Both
the
teams
advantage.
going back and forth, 10 to trying his best. You can probably see that he has some background in FPS games, but maybe not that much experience in in Valorant. But he's trying his, of course, best. Chris getting control over A side.
Honestly, by the way, I find that skill really transfers rather well. Even if you're coming from a different FPS or anything, I've still seen players pull off insane things on Valorant.
Well, you need to get used to the ability usage and utility, because this is actually the thing that separates Valorant from all the other FPS games, if you think about it. But yeah, movement, the shooting mechanics, you know, some basics like holding angles, playing in clutch position, in clutch situations, all that stuff transfers. So yeah, if you have background in, let's say, CS:GO, you probably have the biggest chance of making a good transition into Valorant. But I know players from all kinds of different games, like Overwatch, like Fortnite, like PUBG even, like I think this like. I don't remember the exact name, but some of the Polish players, they played this free-to-play Battle Royale or something that was quite popular because, yeah, it was free, and they achieved some great success in Poland. Okay, but enough with the stories. Let's get back to the game, because Chris is opening it up on C side. And it's under control of Team Slacky. However, Joji answering with Hunter's Fury, not able to kill anybody, but stopping the plant.
And eventually it will come through. A little bit of a mis-aimed shock dart, I believe. There, Bizzle also on a roll so far, really putting down the defense. Maybe potential to find a triple, although that owl drone is gonna make his life difficult. Now we'll get that eventual commitment to the defuse, and Bizzle moving aggressively to get that ahead, to get the read. Will be quick enough on the killjoy and get the 4K. Excellent work. And the defuse to come through from Foreignator. A 5-4 on the scoreboard, and Team Antilipsy this time claiming the advantage. But it keeps going back and forth like this, which is just, you know, really, really interesting to have it moving that way.
Yeah, such a tough competition, and for me, really, the Foreignator and of course in this particular situation, Bizzle being two important and impactful players on the side of Team Antilipsy. I think they were supposed to be winning like by a larger margin, but it's 5-4. Team Slacky still bringing some tough competition to the table, and it's yet again Bizzle in the same position. Like I mentioned before, it's so hard to deal with him there, and if you don't find a solution, he will just keep getting away with those opening frags.
And every time that happens, things just go wrong. Tenta this time, moving up again, taking out Kappa-Keko, but he's got to be wary. That Spectre only has limited ammo, and now the turret is making Tenta's life a lot more difficult. Eventually, though, Bizzle will be able to take out Slacky, which also deals with that turret straight away, and Tenta moves to take out Magos in the end. A flawless round from Team Antilipsy. Weapons recovered. Tenta, though, deciding not to pick up the Vandal. That's a shame. A little bit of micro there. Lost a few points, Tenta. But hey, it is what it is.
Maybe he prefers playing with Spectre. Seeing how he runs and guns around, it's for sure a better piece of weaponry.
I mean, if I had to choose between a Spectre or a Vandal, I would definitely go with the Vandal, you know.
Yeah,
you just make sure that your headshots are true, and boom, every kill, every tap is instantaneous. I think that's too strong to pass.
Yeah, and you could always just, you know, like drop it to one of your teammates and then buy yourself a Spectre if that's your weapon of preference. But well, it just looks like Tenta was given a rather basic character, which is Sage, because you can just put down the wall, put down the slows, heal yourself or your teammates.
Oh, that was so clean, by the way. That was so clean.
Yeah.
Last round in
I love the way that was in sync. You noticed how Sova was committing the shock dart, and they waited out just long enough to bait him out for the second one. The moment he did that, they double peaked and completely decimated Bizzle as well, by the way. Already getting a 4K there at the start of the round. Two really clean kills with some aggressiveness from the get-go there. in that vicinity of, well, the A sites, obviously.
Look at the score. Look at the scoreboard. Bizzle with 20-4. He's playing.
Yeah, that
out of
says
his
enough, doesn't
mind.
it?
Yeah, and if you take into account that we only have seen 11 rounds, he almost averages 2 kills a round. Such an impactful player and crucial to the success of Team Antilipsi. So far, 7-4 in the defense. That's a solid result so far. Because, like before, we talked about Bind and Icebox being maybe a little bit defense favored. In terms of Haven, such an open map with 3 sides, of course you'll have to favor the attacking side.
It does seem like it at times, and this is one of those times where that gets proven. Chris to go for the double, but Joji to deny the chance. Will at least find 1 kill in return, but that spike already being down makes it for a far too difficult situation. Magos with a 4K at the end, all the 4Ks in the world today, and Team Slacky that do manage at the end of the first half to put a 5-7 on the board. I think
this man his deserved ace finally.
Yeah,
He's doing so much work. 2-4
he's trying
kills
so
doing
hard.
just this man.
Where's the poor man's ace? Oh dear. I think that right now you can't deny the fact, right? We had Team Slacky. They started things off well, got that pistol round at the beginning as well. And I really wonder if they'll be able to hold on to that and if they'll be able to continue that trend. Grab the pistol round for the second half too. Or if now things will be different and we will see that what change coming on up.
Well, it really is how Bizzle can lead his team to the victory, because he also has this really important role of Jet on the attacking side. So sometimes you have this dirty work of just dashing inside and probably sacrificing your life for the info and the space you gathered. But in terms of Bizzle, he might be able to actually get some of those kills. But finally, Chris putting an end to the Bizzle onslaught and also getting Kautsas. It looks like Joji will be unable to stop the diffuser, and it's the 6th round for Team Slacky. So we basically have Foreignator and Bizzle against Chris, and of course Magos, who are playing, who are basically a 2-man army for Team Slacky so far in this game.
And I think right now, as we see this round run through once more, you do see Slacky being consistent in that sense, and being able to continue that trend gives them a great chance to move ahead for the 7th round, perhaps.
Here.
And maybe get that 7-7 on the scoreboard. That gives great potential to Slacky to maybe win out this map after all. And it does have to be said, of course, this is Slacky's map pick, so in that sense, there's a bit more pressure resting on them to pull that off.
Chris barely missing the first shot. He could have opened it up, because Coordinator and his fellow teammates, I don't think they are forcing. It's just an upgraded pistol and a headhunter. So don't expect much from the side of Team Antilipsi, but any kills, any frags are welcome.
Spike down, C.
For now, Slacky moving ahead. Magos also finding more kills. Look at that Ghost doing all the work.
Scanning ahead.
That's a beautiful Ghost at that as well. Only Joji left at this point. Well, I don't think Joji, with all the good intention in the world, will be able to pull this one off. Stuck in C long, immediately finding the pressure as well. Magos being on a roll and figuring, hey, well, I just want to go for this fight and I want to get this kill. Triple found. And Team Slacky's 7th round.
And yet again, we have a tie. The game is even. But the real fun starts now. Or I should say, probably starts in the round after this one. Because both teams will have access to full guns. And you can see Tenta yet again, even though he has money for a weapon, for a Vandal or Phantom, the weapon of his choice is Spectre. So he might just feel a little bit more comfortable having this gun in his hands.
Interesting choice in my eyes, but hey, I'm not one to judge. Magos and Chris now starting things off, taking out 2 players already, severely weakening the Team Slacky side. Team Antilipsia, on the other hand, well, they are being fragmented. Maybe they'll have a chance if they push the right side, but I would be a little bit wary of the defense that the likes of Kappa Keko is going to put down. It's got that teammate support as well, Slacky on the Killjoy, and then that Jet to come through exactly when necessary. For now, it's a delayed game.
Doesn't look like they have a good idea of what they want to do. Like, after the initial push on A main, where they lost 2 players, they've just kind of stopped in their tracks and are wondering, what is the next step? What are we supposed to do? How do we want to approach this attack? It has to be Foreignator who brings some extra firepower into the mix, but Kappa Keko, he has amazing position, and Jasko adds 2 of the players, retrieving the gun and putting yet another round on the board for Team Slacky. They will finally regain the lead in this game that they've lost during the first round, the first half.
Yeah, I think that just quite says enough there. The surprise element that comes through does so much, and it will be exactly those kind of things that help you catch out your opponents. Kappa Keko deservedly grabbing the double, and with that, in my eyes, winning the entire round. 8-7 right now. Team Slacky, they seem to be finding the advantage for a moment, but it's still a relatively fickle advantage. There's still a lot to be done by them.
That'll work.
Unfortunately for Team Antilipsi, another full buy that didn't go their way, and they have to go eco. They don't have access to any ultimates, so really the best piece of weaponry is right now in Tenta's hands, and it is a Spectre. They got control of C main, I mean, kind of did. They got access to C side, I should say, and planted the spike. They want to retrieve the guns, but they are not expecting data flow, who's just behind the triple boxes. And it's easy peasy, lemon squeezy for Slacky. 9th round on the board for them.
Yeah, finally, it feels as if they've started to find their power on that defending side, claiming the advantage and being decent on the retakes where necessary. We notice it in the replay as well. 2 players moving on up, being close in the corner, and then Dataflow winning the next battles, eventually singling out player after player and catching them out on the site. Some of that surprise element also coming through. Team Antilipsia, in that sense, will keep struggling, as it currently, at least either side has got a full buy on their hands, but the reserves for Team Slacky, you can't deny it, they're impeccable.
Slacky ready in the double doors. She wants to get the taste of the enemies, but they've just went the other way around. It looks like a C-split with 4 players with the big emphasis on the long push. It's Bizzle yet again who gets on site first. He made the space and he actually got the very first kill, but it's Dataflow who still wants to answer, not managing to get the second one.
Last player standing.
And there you have it, only 1 player left, and well, poor old Sova Magos, although he's been an absolutely insane player, getting this 4K clutch would color me very, very impressed indeed. Love to see him give it a try, can at least spot out 2 players, but as he goes to that fight, he's a goner. And Team Antilipsi, they actually find a team ace. Everyone contributed, everyone did their part in that round. Team Antilipsi get the 8th, putting them a little bit closer again. Obviously, in that sense, there is right now a bit of a disparity and a bit of a streak that's been put up by Team Slacky so far. So that's what they have to break through.
But you can see why the scoreline is slightly favoring Team Slacky so far, because like we mentioned, there was it was I believe 7-3 or something, 7-4 when there were 20 kills on the account of Bizzle, and right now there is the 25th, 26th, 27th. This guy is just unleashed.
Dataflow may be able to return on this. Finds 2 kills so far, but I think struggles somewhat to get that 3rd. Recon bolt also gives away a location. But at least it's destroyed in time. A second shock dart won't follow up straight away. Slacky then
Spike
to
planted.
hold this off. By the looks of it, Chaos goes down. And now it's a 2v2. Things are possible. Data flow moving up ahead. Should know that that mid position is clear. We currently also get that position coming in. A hit from
Remaining.
Joji leads to a shock dart being right on the money. Joji also committing further and taking out Slacky. 9-9. Could this be the first draw that we're seeing today? It's definitely the closest match already.
The first row. That's a good question because 4 rounds in a row for Team Slacky, winning the bonus one from their side, but finally some form of answer from, well, I should say maybe Bizzle and friends, because last 2 rounds he was the guy who actually made it happen.
Bizzle and friends. Wow. I dare say that that's almost a little bit of BM, but I do get the point that you're making. Bizzle is an absolute solid carry for the team, and
Kill my ally.
I'm not quite sure what they would have done without him. Oh, the Hunter's Fury. About to say it is pretty bang on, but it won't lead to any kills. Just a lot of damage. Bizzle now coming through, taking out Slacky in the meantime. Leaves a 2v4. And obviously, with that attacker advantage, there's 2 players more on Team Antilipsy. This should be a pretty quickly decided round, right? Nagos, though, finds Joji. The spike is planted. Tenta.
Player standing.
How do you not know? Where was the call out on this? Where was the intel? Luckily, Team
He was
Antilipsy,
kind of
I think.
confused.
Yeah, I think Team Antilipsy, they will get the chance to buy through still. That's not going to be the issue, but still, there could have been a better communication there, or at least Tenta was supposed to have known that there was somebody right there behind them.
Yeah.
If your
that's,
teammate
that's
suddenly
completely
dies and you
true.
knew they were in the corner, like, come on. You should have known, right?
That's what your ears are for, right? You can just hear.
I
the
mean,
shots.
yeah. That's what I use them for, at least.
This is actually quite interesting because, well, you would imagine that during the Valorant games, during the professional games, competitive ones, you want to have, you want to only listen to your team callouts as well as the voice, the sounds of the game, right? But actually, during the last international tournament, one of the NA representatives, okay, my story looks like it's more interesting than Chris getting 3k and swinging.
Slight detail, slight detail.
Lucky. Okay, but let me finish. Let's finish. So what happened was that one of the NA players, he kind of struggles to focus, or he's just used to some kind of other gameplay. So basically what he does in NA, he puts on music during the games on his headphones, and he was not allowed to do that during the international tournament in Reykjavik. And well, of course, this wasn't the only reason, the sole reason that why Guard performed so poorly, but they've actually mentioned that one of the players couldn't listen to music while he was playing, and I can see why Riot officials would not allow that, but
yeah, that's crazy though.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that, like putting on music whilst you're playing a game like Valorant. I would be I'd be feeling confused. I'd be dazed. I need my audio cues. I need to be able to hear those footsteps, the shots, everything. But hey,
it helps to get in the zone, right? Like to feel, to get the feel of the game, to get the grip of the game. And when you're listening to music, it just kind of relaxes me, at least, or I'm more into a chill mood, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Great position for him. He's on the flank, and the enemies, they have no clue he's there. He could get the backstab quite easily, right?
Missed connection.
No, they just missed each other.
Oh wow. Chaos Sass, he just did not bother to check the left side once. Has he never learned? When you cross the road, you look left and right. You don't only look to the right. That's a real shame, though. That could have worked out a lot better for him, but he will be refragged, and that will leave just data flow. Although, even with that refrag, data flow is still in a dire situation now. Team Antilipsy Very advantageous, moving to get round number 11. Maybe even moving to frag out data flow at the very end.
They're closing in. They finally got him. The hunt is over. 11th round for Team Antilipsi. And even though it started off so well for Team Slacky during the second round, the second half, even though they got the lead thanks to Bizzle's amazing ability to just drop 30 bomb, it's getting, you know, out of control a little bit. And it looks like Team Slacky, they don't have access to all of the weapons that they'd like to. Of course, Chris will be playing with a storm, with a blade storm, and the rest of the team got kind of a scrappy by. I think three vandals / phantoms, and one of those is a stinger. But Team Slacky, they can show us that even with the worst buy, they are still a force to reckon with. Finally, Chris getting down.
Scary factor. Magos committing to the Hunter's Fury for now, but not connecting safe at center. At least that creates a more favorable scenario for Team Slacky, and it does make that draw even more likely. And currently the spike can get planted. That's something working the way of Bizzle. It's going to have to be a pretty crazy hold, as currently Bizzle moves under heaven. Bizzle going for that next fight. Finds Kapakeko. If this is won by them, I will be thoroughly impressed. Data flow though coming through, and the Blade Storm can't really connect. The fuse will be the result,
11.
and Team Slacky, they'll move for round number 11.
11 to 11, and the tie that you mentioned, Jazz got a little bit closer. Jazz got a little bit more possible. Let's check. Can we check the economy? Can we see how the teams fare up against each other? Okay,
Yep,
so
that paints a clear picture. I'd be a little bit worried on the Team Slacky side, but hey, look at the positive, look at the bright side. Majority of people have heavy armor, only 2 people that have to deal with light armor. So at least that's something. You can expect the tour de force coming through from Foreignator, because he has only got a sheriff in his hands, and he'll be happily grabbing that, and there you get it. Comes on out. Antilipsi will be having that on the entry, along with, of course, the support from the rest of the team.
oh, but they left the spike in the spawn. They have to retrieve it before they attack.
I have the spike.
Oh, you can see this is just Chris, all alone on A side. Team Slacky putting numbers into B defense, into C defense. They want to, you know, strengthen the defenses in eventuality of Team Antilipsi pushing towards C. And so far they have found most success on this side of the map, so they want to keep going.
Bizzle quite caught out there by the Killjoy. Can survive, however, and will dash out of the way. Foreignator then comes through to the force into play. Bizzle with the next frag, and moving on back. There's that pressure from the sidelines, but in the end, there's just Kapakeko left out. Tries to go for the fight, does not succeed. Team Antilipsi take round number 12, and Team Slacky caught out. But economically speaking, yeah, this is a yikes and a half. I've got no other words for it. I'm sorry.
That round might have been the last nail in the coffin, because it completely kills your ability to gather good guns right now. The best that they can afford are actual ghosts that and one vandal. If Team Slacky wants to actually, if Team Slacky can get to a tie, it will be solely thanks to Magus making use of this vandal, and he just falls as the very first one. Oh, it's such a bad start to the last round on of the regular time.
Yeah, quite unfortunate indeed.
But
now Chris
maybe.
V and Kapakeko, they're coming through. Maybe this will be the return after all. I'm happy to be surprised, obviously, because in that sense, Chris V gets the intel peak, but Foreignator then comes through. This makes the 3v3 again. Where's this going? Foreignator, though, spots that body of Kapakeko for just a moment. Joji going on ahead. Anti-Lipsy, all you need is just that one more kill, but then Data Flow comes through. Look at the Ghost doing the work. Vandal being picked up 45 seconds. Joji's the last man standing, and he gets called out. It's the 12-12 after all. It is the draw. Either side, both of them, they get the 1 point each. And I don't want to say I told you so, but I kind of told you so there. You know, I did call out that draw, and here we got it.
You know, my name is Tomasz, and Apostolic Tomasz, he was the one that didn't believe. So, yeah, I had to do my part on this side. And, well, actually, this is quite such an unlikely scenario for team to pull it off with such a weak weaponry. They only had a Vandal, and the guy with Vandal fell as the first one. Magus didn't get anything done with the Vandal, so you would expect after that the round to go the way of Team Antilipsy, and it just didn't.
No,
this was such a crazy haven. Yeah,
absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, Team Slacky, in that sense, a lot of credit where it's due. The way that they were able to return on that is impeccable. There were a few, maybe also lucky situations, and a few oopsies, I think. Players just not accounting for certain angles, not figuring, oh yeah, there could be somebody coming out of garage, and just assuming that the area was clear, but it wasn't. You had somebody like Dataflow that was coming in and saying, oh, well, hello there. How nice of you to wait for me to actually get some easy headshots. And just like that, we saw the score eventually creep 12-12, and it got really close. You know, it kept being a back and forth, especially in that second half. And I think that kind of said enough, right? You had it turn around with the pistol round as well. Even though Slacky won the both of them, it was still, in the end, a draw and equal situation. And I'm really happy to see it go that way, right? It immediately proves how close this is, and it does make me wonder, right, what's going to keep that second map from going to a draw as well?
Bizzle is on fire today, and if it goes to a draw, then we'll have to count the rounds because of the same results in terms of the points for the team. So really, we're just spicing things up because it's still to be decided yet on the last map of today's games who is going to be the second representative from Group B. Is it going to be Team Slacky or maybe Team Antilipsy? So it's hard to say because ahead of this game, I asked you which team do you think is going to get out on top, and of course, slightly favored being afterwards after the first map, slightly favored is going to be a team that just tied on the map pick of enemy. This is important because then they are much more comfortable on their own map pick, right? So
yeah, I think that we saw that
quite remember
with Team Antilipsy as well. Now, I think it was Team Antilipsy that had that slightly better position where they actually got slightly more rounds, and which gave them that great chance, which gave them that slight favor. But in the end, we saw, right, this went to a draw, and for a very, very fair reason. Now, this went to a draw, and we will go to an intermission. After this, we will have a second map coming in for this best of two. An exciting prospect and something that will still decide where either of these teams will go because it was a draw, which means that we don't know yet. Definitely be back here after the intermission to check that out and to figure out who will be going to the playoffs tomorrow. See you in a moment.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Well, hello there. Welcome back to the Streamers League, where we're getting ready for our final map of today. And as is, of course, tradition, you save the best for last. This final map will still be important to decide who actually goes to those fated playoffs tomorrow on, of course, Sunday, that is. An exciting prospect, an exciting matchup. It will be, of course, none other than the ever so beautiful Team Antilipsi versus Team Slacky. A matchup that has already proven to be quite a close affair, hasn't it, my dear Magvire?
Yes, indeed. Obviously, having seen just the game that ended up with a draw, we still don't know who will be on the second place and who will face Team Mugi tomorrow. I've got to tell you, this is the story of, I think, 2 or maybe 4 important players. If you look at it this way, both Jet players are just playing out of their mind, but really what is happening, some of the rest of the players are maybe slacking behind. I really want to see the effort of a whole team, because this is what happened in the games with Team FNI. That's where actually Team Fanyu, how they brought the victory to themselves, because they were playing as a cohesive unit. They were playing together as a team, and thanks to that, they're sitting in the first place. They finished both best of two series with 2-0 results. So you cannot be relying on one player and 2 players. You have to bring the full formation into power, and that's what I'm waiting for in the last map, which will be, of course, Breeze. This sounds exciting, and I don't remember exactly whose map pick this is, but whoever chose this map will have an upper hand of their enemies. Antilipsi, okay, so you see.
Solid choice, I think, at the end of the day, and a map that will completely change up the dynamic a little bit as well, in my eyes, right? It changes the way that things are going to be looking, and it will make for a different kind of playing field. Let's also take a look at that ancient select in the meantime, which obviously also makes quite a difference and will also be important. We already see Jet Sova coming on through on, well, one side. Sova seems to be missed on the Antilipsi side for now. How are you feeling about that? What is your essential agent when it comes to Breeze? Who can't you miss?
Oh, this is the map I haven't figured out yet. Like, it's really hard to find the best solution on Breeze, because for some time there was like one team composition that was actually viable. Of course, Viper, Sova, Jet. I believe this was Sky and probably Cypher. Yeah, that was the standard composition. But now with the addition, of course, of Chamber, he's much more popular on this map, because still it's an open map. You want to get advantage of picking and then having the ability to just dash away or teleport away in the case of Chamber. So yeah, those compositions look pretty standard to me. The only thing that is maybe different in terms of those compositions and the ones that we see in the pro play is the addition of Sage. Like I told you before, such a simple agent that works for the team on the lower level, but in the highest level of play, you just have so many other agents that can bring more into the table. In this case, it would be KO. I think this is the latest, the latest addition to the compositions that are in Breeze. Of course, teams trying different stuff, but KO essentially being quite useful against Viper. You can switch off her abilities for 6 seconds after throwing your EMP knife. In this situation, Sage will be just good enough, because you get on site, you plant the spike, you put the wall down, you still have access to heals, to slows, to your ability, to your ultimate ability. So she does all of those things. Slightly worse than, in my opinion, KO. But if you were to pick KO and not be able to perform on him, it's much better to just pick Sage, because it's simple, it works, and it should be just enough for your team composition.
Absolutely so, and that team composition in this case, of course, only finds a difference in the Sky versus Sova situation. We'll be seeing the round kicking on off, the second map in the best of two, where the first was obviously, to reiterate, a draw. This map, in that sense, still has a lot to decide. For now, Bizzle aggressively executing, moving ahead, but the rest of the team still drawing the attention near the start of the site. That will come into play quite well. Bizzle, look at all the control that he is getting. Eventually to push through the wall, data flow quite close. Bizzle lurking for now, as Tenta moves for one of the first few kills. Then Bizzle comes into action, but Tenta's on a roll. Bizzle eventually, though, finding the headshot, Magos to fall, and only Sage, poor old Slacky, being left. Now the knives coming through. Oh, dearie me, the BM, but Tenta still stealing the kill with the classic. Team Antilipsi, they seem to be feeling on a roll.
That's exactly what happened in the game between Team Fanyu and Team Antilipsi, but that time the Team Antilipsi was on the receiving end of that blade, so they got a revenge on whoever on Team Slacky. So yeah, the taste of their own medicine, you could say, but they found another victim. Maybe Team Antilipsi will have a chance to revenge themselves, of course, if they win this round, win this map, and then proceed to get into the finals. Maybe then Team Fanyu might be their opponents. Fornator starting it off with a kill, but Kappa Kiko quite fast with the response. Of course, Spike is down, access to B site is rather easy to get on the side of the attackers, especially in the anti-echo variant of the round. Of course, you have guns, the enemy, not really. But still, they managed to get some of those kills on the board.
One enemy remaining.
And indeed, you'll see Chaos. That's the triple at the end, beautifully done, and Team Antilipsi on the good start for now. But I dare ask the question, right? We see Antilipsi coming through with this good start, but don't you also fear the same thing that I do? That Team Slacky will just need a moment now, that full buy coming into their hands. And will that be exactly what they need to change things up? Will it now be Team Slacky saying, look, we've got our Vandals, we've got our Phantoms, boom, it's time for us to shine?
Might be just enough, because the one thing that I focused on the most during this this map so far is the change of the roles, because data flow, he's decided to pick up his overall, and it's Magus who is playing on Jet right now. Bad guns,
yeah,
bad approach, and just Team Antilipsi falling apart. But
Last player standing.
circling back to my initial thought, Team Slacky just like
Flawless.
decided to spice things up, to change it up, because it was Magus, if I remember correctly, who played Sova on the Haven. So they're just rotating the agents a little bit, maybe trying to get Magus on the roll on an agent where he can perform a little bit better, because he was the guy who top fragged on the last map. So right now he's given opportunity to play on an agent and perform on an agent that is constructed to bring in, you know, the firepower, to bring in the kills. So this might be a much welcome change to the team composition of Team Slacky.
Yep, and I think Team Slacky have already proven that their composition can work. They've gotten their first round in. That's exactly what they needed. For now, Joji moves ahead. Will take out the one target. Chris V coming into play, however, but Chaos Sass on the mark. And Team Antilipsi getting further onto that site. You see that wall also coming into play, right? That is the strength of Viper on a map like Breeze. That wall can be so powerful. Spike now getting planted, and Team Antilipsi, they create the after plant situation. Kappa Gecko, however, coming through. Surprise element, you could have said, but Joji knows how to deal with that nasty surprise. The 3v2v1 will remain, as only Data Flow is left. He goes for a battle, but a 1v1 at the end will be pushed out by Chamber. For an Ater that just says, oh, Data Flow, you're so focused on the middle of the site, but I'm right here from the sideline. And Team Antilipsi, they claim the 3-1.
And yeah, like you mentioned, Viper is such a powerful character on the Breeze. Right after the changes, some of the teams started playing other types of initiators. I think there were trying out things such as Astra, as Omen, even as Brimstone on Breeze, which sounds quite improbable, but yet they did. And of course, a little feast. I think there's the big worm is the host of the party. The big worm in the hat. But let's get back to Pyramids, where the action is going quite quick. On the trigger with the ultimate from Viper's side, and Chris is the one who gets 2 kills. Antilipsy falling apart in the blink of an eye.
Last player standing.
And indeed, you'll see it happen. Antilipsy now with Chris and a 4K with the classic no less. That arrives and that makes an impact. Just like that, Team/Slacky on the return. And if we get this ping-pong movement coming back up, then things are smooth sailing. Then you get that situation in which you maybe have potential for another draw. And then, you know, if it would come to that draw, it would get down to round difference. And obviously, as I've been keeping my notes, I would be able to then say that Antilipsy would be the ones winning out because, you know, compared to the other results that they booked, it was Team/Slacky that was beaten a little bit harsher by Team Fun U. For now, though, let's keep our eyes peeled ahead and let's make sure that maybe this won't become a draw and that maybe it will be Team Antilipsy or Team/Slacky, for that matter, claiming the advantage, claiming the map itself. There's still so much possible.
However, Team Antilipsy on the back foot during this round, they have to save. So only a couple of guns ready and 2 of the 4s, which is struggling to find its mark yet. 4v4 on the side of Team/Slacky. They are lacking the res, which is unavailable right now, so they cannot get the Bizzle back to the mix, I think. Of course, Bizzle being on the side of Antilipsy, he's still alive.
I mean, really, it's Bizzle that is exactly the player that has to show up right now. And right now, as Slacky moves to play, Saz also goes down. 4v3 stands. Joji then moves ahead. Yeah, that's the 3v3 all right. That's the Sheriff coming into play. 25 seconds, so there's time to plant the spike, but Chris is still right here. He wins the battle with Joji eventually, but Bizzle's right there on the return. And currently, with that 1v2 remaining, it'll be Bizzle to move ahead. Puts the pressure on Dataflow and eventually goes for the kill, you could say. But it seems that right now Bizzle moves for that Blade Storm instead. Tries to find the target, but is bang on. And we'll switch to the Vandal. Oh dear. Oh, look at this. Kappa Keko committing to the defuse, but the high ground floating about. It doesn't work for Bizzle. And it'll be the defuse coming through by Kappa Keko at the end, clutching it out in a 1v1. And Team/Slacky getting the 3rd round.
Did he really need to updraft there? It looked fancy, it looked cool, but after all, they didn't bring him the victory. They didn't bring him the much needed last execution. And it's 3-3. Team Antilipsy, they just got evened out by Team/Slacky. This match, well, you told, like you mentioned during the Haven map, it looks like a potential for a tie, for an even game. Well, we could say the same thing about Breeze so far. They go punch for punch. Magus, oh, he's managed to sneak here. He's undetected. Oh no, he's finally being spotted. He's managed to get 1 kill anyways, but I think finally the res should come in play and Forinator will have another chance to fight in this round.
And there's a 3v5 scenario left out with Bizzle finding the kill on the chamber. This is just not favourable. This is Team Antilipsy that for now have claimed that advantage, but Kappa Keko might be able to return things. And look at the angle that Jet can take her in a moment. Bizzle coming into play, taking out Slacky. There you have it. For now, though, Bizzle committing further. Triple kill found, and this should be Team Antilipsy holding on. With just 1 player left on the Team Slacky side, this pretty much solves the situation. You also noticed perhaps some slight frustration there from Bizzle. Obviously, nowadays, you've got to activate that dash, and you just have to use it at some point. It's just not that freebie anymore. Chris will try as he may put the tour de force into play, but
You could not
not
use the
just
dash,
yet.
but if it's possible to use the dash, I mean, when the time is running out, you can always use the dash the way Bizzle did to confuse the enemy players, because he dashed in and you don't know if he dashed in to take the better position or maybe he just fake dashed.
Enemy remaining.
Of course, in this situation, it didn't matter because Chris was on the opposite side of where Bizzle took position. But still, it's the 4th round for Team Antilipsy. Yet another costly round where they lose all the players but get the points. So, after all, they should be happy with that. And the game just keeps on going, keeps on delivering us really close battles.
Most certainly so. It keeps being that tense situation. We'll see it again in the replay. Even though Chris, he tried valiantly so, and he got some really impactful kills, it just couldn't count. So we enter the next round, and we kind of start going towards the tail end of this first half, where it's hard to pin down one specific winning team, right? Team Antilipsy has got a round advantage out. Sure, nice to have. But who says that it will last? Who says that it will stay? There's a good chance that now Chris pops off, and here you get him with the first kill. Should be able to find a second, and he will. Slacky then coming on through. The Frenzy, though, not as successful. A 2v3 remaining, and maybe Team Antilipsy grabbing the advantage here after all.
A quick glance at the minimap, and of course there's just one player trying to flank it. It will be Kappa Kiko, and if he doesn't find anyone, round is pretty much over. So he has to be the key player to find a flank here. Bizzle getting data flow, and I think this is the end. Oh, especially after seeing this wall. Just in one example, just one instance of how you can actually make use of Sage on this map. It's not so easy, but in this kind of situation, it's just enough, because you put the wall down, the enemy has to destroy it to get through it or wait for it, and if he waits for it, the spike will detonate. So pretty much it's a lose-lose situation for Kappa Kiko. He just wants to save his gun and pray for the better days.
And he will succeed in that at the very least. Take it with him and hope that in the next round, Team Slacky will book some success. As of course, that is what we're moving to. Economy also a little bit divided, right? Team Slacky, they're going to be struggling. There might be some heavy armor for some players, a sheriff here or there, or some sort of ghost coming out. But in total, it's just not a favourable situation that Team Slacky find themselves in. Team Antilipsy, on the other hand, whilst, okay, not everyone is perfectly sorted out, eventually with some balancing with a trade or some support here or there, you will have everyone on a Phantom or a Vandal, and everyone being happy. Magos, in the meantime, taking out Bizzle. Look at that Blade Storm. Such a powerful, powerful ultimate. But Magos has to keep looking around to find the next few targets, and they're all conveying on the A site. Somebody like Joji right there, a dangerous player to contend with. Tenta committing to the plant in the meantime.
He's still fighting and gets the Magus. So Joji, this time around, showing his true colors. He was a rather silent guy on the side of Team Antilipsy. For sure, not the one that we highlighted the most. This time around, he gets 4K. Brings the round home, and it's the 6th one for Antilipsy, finally showing us why they chose a Breeze as the starting pickup. Of course, it's still Breeze after the changes, so it's not that heavy towards attacking side, but 6 rounds and maybe a prospect for a couple more should be enough, and should be it should be enough for Antilipsy.
Most certainly so. If that can give them the 7-3, maybe even moving towards an 8-3. If economically things go their ways, then there is great potential for them down the line. Chris, however, does open things up quite well, finds that start, and Chaos is luckily able to return it for now. As Magos will fall by those hands, a 4v4 remains, and there's a lot of mid-control that Antilipsy can play for. If they're able to contend with the Sova, and remember that there's a Viper in play who might be flanked, but the timing's very iffy there. then they'll be okay. But now you see it coming through, and there you have it. Kappa will come in for a nader. In the meantime, we'll take out Magos. But in the end, there's one clear victor. Team Slacky with a much stronger defense, and Team Antilipsi nowhere near the site.
Right here.
Finally, some kind of answer from Team Slacky. Probably they should be able to get the 4th on the board. And it's high time for Joji to shine again if he wants to be a rock star, because he started to glow last round. It's time to bring another 4K, 5K on the board. Still has access to one of his flashes, but that might be just not enough. The rest of the utility out of his reach, so really a tough situation, especially if you take into consideration there's just 19 seconds left. It looks like Team Antilipsi, they will be saving their weapons.
Yeah, it's the safe call to make. There's no way that they can even risk this situation. The time wasn't on their side. Clearly, there's just a lot of factors that make it clear this is not their round. In that sense, you will get Joji attempting to grab something at the end, but even there, he won't find success straight away. Team Slacky then on the 4th round, maybe still potential for a 6-6er at the end, though it does have to be said, you know, this is just the kind of halftime score you can expect, right? In the previous result, we also saw 7-5. That was in favor of Antilipsi, so maybe a result like that is also something we can expect again.
Looking forward to the next round. Not many ults available, and Antilipsi just stacking B side. They want to push it. Kappa Kiko might not have enough time to stay alive. Bizzle just getting through him. No problem at all. This guy today, he's the sole reason why Antilipsi is doing so well, at least in this map. In the previous one, having it been for Bizzle, they would probably lose. He almost dropped 40k. That makes you think.
Put some man to thought. How that shot was off the mark, I don't know. Bizzle for now moving further ahead. Oh dear, missing the knives as well. That is just unfortunate. Team Slacky, they're holding on to that defense for now. But Joji actually much stronger, finds the double, and now a 1v1 at the end, but Magos will claim it. And it'll be Team Slacky to push ahead for that defuse, get the 5-6. Maybe set themselves up for the 6-6. I wonder economically how Antilipsi is doing at this time. My gut feeling says that they're not too swifty. Although it seems like their reserves have been okay and they've got plenty to dive into. So, hey, my gut feeling, it isn't always correct. You might see Foreignator struggle a little bit, but he's got his ult anyway, so that doesn't matter.
So really, it's just a battle of two jets so far. Magos and Bizzle playing their hearts out. Oh, Joji missing such an important shot. Not really. Those 2 kills were a highlight of the round, but then Magos just finishing it up. Last round on the first half, as a Team Slacky, I think I would advise, yeah, to use the Viper's Pit instantly. It gives you so much access to the side. Kappa Kiko dancing around his ultimate, having some friends to help over, and it will be 6-6. Team Slacky will bring it back to a tie after the first half of the round of the map, and it's just the same scenario that happened on Haven. You really cannot make it up. Yeah.
I'd say the only difference is that on Haven we had a slightly more tilted halftime score with the 2-round difference, but now it's just completely equal. It's 6-6. It's anyone's game. And I think to completely solidify that toss-up between the two teams, now we'd have to see Team Slacky actually get the pistol round. I'd be really surprised if it went that way. That would be some crazy coincidence coming through. But really, with the way these teams are playing against one another, they're just really close cut. And that can't be denied.
Oh, it's actually Joji who's on top of the scoreboard on the side of Antilipsi. Let's see what they can do. It will be much harder to attack without... I'm sorry, to defend without Sova. That's something that we didn't discuss that much, but I feel like Sova is such a crucial agent on this map that you really shouldn't bring any composition without him to the server, but somehow Antilipsi decided to play without him and managed to win 6 rounds on the attacking side. So is it going to make a big difference in their defense? Not sure. Look at the map. They're just sneaking behind to the B side because there was some presence towards A. It's such a great fake. Putting down the wall, getting into positions, watching over elbow now. Chris is ready for the players that are coming this way.
And we'll have to take a look if Chris can actually get into play. Foreignator also moving quite close. Takes out the recon bolt and won't get the read on Slacky for now, but will start damaging the wall, and they should have Slacky coming in a moment. But Foreignator checks the corner, the triple shot comes through, and the kill is found. Chaos in the meantime committing to the defuse, getting it halfway and just sticking it further. There comes the snake bite from Kappa Keko, and the time is ticking. It's now or never, lads, but Kappa Keko and Chris, they hold it off perfectly so, and it will be Team Slacky to get the pistol round. An exchange of pistol rounds. It's great to see. And it does make me wonder, you know, this end of map score, what will it be?
Right here.
Yeah, like, this is the thing that really baffles me as well. It's actually getting annoying. I do not know what to expect from this game. It's a rather unwelcome feeling for me because I don't know if I like to be surprised this way. It's just so intense for both of those teams. Who will be the Greek representative and who will be the team that unfortunately will miss out on the opportunity to go to Wrocław unless they are being chosen by the Hyperx in the Hyperx Wildcard.
Exactly. That is the one other option. Exclamation mark wildcard for that in the chat in case you are worried, perhaps feeling uncertain about your favorite team's future. You don't have to miss them just yet. For now, though, we will see another close-cut round. 2v2 is what remains. Spike not being planted yet. And Tenta taking the position, waiting also with a wall to delay when necessary on a sound cue. And that will be popped up. That will at least let those teams wait a little while further. Tenta a little bit afraid, perhaps, and just the double push. Kappa along with Dataflow next to one another. One strong duo and a spike getting planted. Now, just Chaos that has to commit to retake this.
And yet again, a round that should be rather easy for Team Slacky. They lost 3 players. Chaos even got a tag on the enemy, so he will have to upgrade his shields coming into the next round. So, yet another costly round, and you cannot afford it in such a close game. It only shows how tough the competition is here. Dataflow with the last kill, he'll manage to save the Bulldog. A much appreciated upgrade coming into the second round, and then probably transitioning into the third round. So, the real question is now, do they decide to play full here, spending all of the money, or maybe going for the bonus round? No, it looks like Slacky is risking it. Getting those Vandals, getting those Phantoms on the board.
I would slightly favour Team Slacky in this case. I mean, their weapons just look a bit better. I noticed that stinger on the Team Anti-Lipsy side. That's an ugly weapon. I've got no other words for it. I would be sad if I had to use that.
Stinger, especially after the nerfs towards the right click, you know, getting into the alternate rate of fire where you could do some binds and maybe some cheeky things with it. It really is a useless weapon, especially in such an open and such a wide and huge map such as Breeze. I really cannot find a suitable place where you could use it. You don't see people, you know, playing judges here. If you want to play Judge or Stinger, you go towards Split, you go towards Bind, maybe Asen, but not Breeze, not Icebox. And it's so hard to find a good usage for the gun there. And well, you were right, you favor Team Slacky, and they've got a clean round. 5-0, and it's a nice round for them.
Indeed, flawless, and Team Slacky that builds up the reserves of their own here, the reserves that Team Anti-Lipsy is direly missing. I mean, look at them right now. Light armor, I saw that judge there for a moment. You know, Joji is clearly listening to you, my dear Magpire. Although for now, it seems like Antilipsi are just going to have to make do, and are going to make the best out of this. At least the timing on the Hawk is pretty decent. Joji also going pretty aggressively, actually. Again, what feels to me like a slight distraction technique, right? Joji saying, okay, I'm going to wait here and hope that they don't see me. But it's a failed attempt. Joji's caught out at the end because obviously Magos checks that corner. And now it will be Fornator in the back, finding the one, not finding the two, though. Finds the further pressure instead. The Classic can't come into play. Magos returns on that. A 3v3, however, does mean that Team Antilipsi has definitely found impact. And they'll be staying in control of the A site. But you've got Chamber, who's already cleared out the entirety of B, has been able to check towards spawn as well, and will probably call that rotation from his teammates, although now the spike has been dropped. So Chamber's going to have to reposition, maybe try and take an angle on that upper mid spot.
No way they are pulling it off. They struggled to win the full buy, and now with an eco round, just Sheriffs in play? This is not happening, right? Well, 2 players from Team Slacky, they're trying to get on the B side. One of them really low, Tenta finally getting the kill. This time around with Vandal, not the Stinger. This might be a good solution to all his problems, and it's Hyperx who gets the final kill on the board. An answer from Antilipsi, 7th round on the board, and more importantly, they managed to win the eco round and avoid Team Slacky going to double digits.
And so it will be. Team Slacky giving it another shot, giving it another attempt. I think that right now what Team Slacky could really use for that is that cohesive play, right? Something that we saw before from Team FunU. Just one strong unit pushing onto the site. Maybe also an element of decent speed that they put through it. Just saying, okay, this is the site, and we are lining all our abilities, executing it in one time. And just making sure that, like that, they will actually be able to claim round number 10. Currently, Magos tries to find impact. Maybe even has gotten a hit out of that, but by the looks of it, Sage not damaged, and as such will survive. Bizzle going for the fight near the top. Chaos Saz, Bizzle, Foreignator, they're all getting the kills in. And 2 players remain on the Team Slacky side. Boom. Round pretty much decided already.
Last player standing.
Well, they have to give us they should actually change the rulebook and let us play the overtime, because it looks like this game has to be decided during the overtime. Antilipsi looking forward to getting the 8th round on the board, to tying things up maybe in the near future. Because they've just woke up, they realized it's our last chance to actually go to playoffs, to stand the chance of going to LAN in Wrocław. It will be at the end of the July. So Antilipsi, 8th one on the board, and they are looking strong.
And I think currently with that exciting prospect, with a beautiful LAN toward the middle endish of June, I think that should be motivation enough for any team to give it their very best.
I got confused.
And currently, Team Slacky, this is finally that move as one cohesive unit that I was talking about. Magos moving ahead, looking around, but the Blade Storm will not find success. Dataflow luckily good on the return, taking out Joji, and a spike getting planted. Big fan of the corner peek that Dataflow attempted, but Foreignator seems stronger. Then Tenta coming through with the resurrection. As Antilipsi grabbing themselves a very strong spot, and that defuse being stuck out straight away. Eventually, though, being denied. Tenta and Bizzle both going down. And that angle being pretty solid on the defuse. But Chris, he can't be on time. Defuse is found. Slack at the end, murdering out everyone on the Team Antilipsi side. But that won't take away the fact that Team Antilipsi has won the round, and that they now stand 9-9, equal footing with their opponents.
And it's just getting closer and closer towards the end. It's Antilipsi who wins 3 rounds in a row. Before that, it's Slacky who get 3 rounds in a row, winning the bonus one as well. What the hell is happening really in this game? 5 people towards B side. And they get the first kill. It must be Bizzle who puts a stop to that attack. He gets in a good position. He just might be the surprise factor that is going to be a deciding factor in this round. And Antilipsi, they managed to get 4 kills on the board. And it's just Magos who got into the side all alone. Is he going to pull it off? He gets the first kill.
I mean, I'd be impressed if he does that. He doesn't even have spike control right now. He can move to claim it. It's definitely possible, but he's going to have to fight with not just Bizzle, Tenta as well. There is a Cloudburst, if I see it correctly, that can be coming into play. So, okay, try to make the best out of that. Try and use that to make sure that you can actually cover off that spike. But the time is ticking, and the only thing that I can imagine is now Magos is delaying, hoping that somewhere he can try to bait them out, hoping that somewhere he can make them think, oh, he's rotating around. But here you see it happen. Cloudburst is committed to. And Magos, he does look toward the A side, and that's the rotation that he might be making, or he could be faking. It's hard to say right now, but the way that he's committing, the way that he's committing further, this is starting to look like the A side. He's got 15 seconds, time enough. And there's still some updraft available to give him the high ground that he might want. Magos, though, clean on that frag. Tenta to fall. 8 seconds, however. So he's got to plant it smack dab in the middle of the A site, where it's safe. And there you see the updraft coming through. Bizzle on or at head hide, but Magos with the 4K to clutch it out. Fantastically done. And a deserved 10th round for Team Slacky.
No way, dude. He played it so well. Such a smart play from Magos. And he's requesting a
timeout
now.
What? This is the first time that we've seen one.
Yeah.
In the entire weekend. What the?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was an option. Who's calling timeouts here? That's insane.
Oh, he needs to cool down a bit after this clutch because it was completely crazy. I've got to give it to 1v3. Yeah, he played it perfectly. But on the other hand, it really is Team Antilipsi who were kind of sloppy in this execute. They shouldn't have split. When there's 1v2, you always try to play for a refrag. Why did, for whatever reason, Tenta just go there all alone? He gave up the numbers advantage, and then, well, you cannot really blame Bizzle for losing the duel because it was a fair duel, and he already done his job during this round. When he got this amazing flank to stop the attackers. So basically, it's Antilipsi yet again, their own faults make up of this lost.
Absolutely, and I think right now Team Antilipsi cannot afford making those sorts of mistakes anymore. And really, I mean, just making these kind of mistakes is so painful. But the fact that you're getting this close is really, really the scariest prospect. We'll have to see how this pans out. Right now, a Blade Storm to come through from Bizzle. Anything that Antilipsi can use, they should, to make sure that they actually get the result. Magos, though, comes through with the first frag, Foreignator to fall. And this could be the start of a successful A-site push, but got to be wary. Chaos Saz will return. Tenta, however, caught out by Kapakeko. This Hunter's Fury is good. Although it looks like Joji, yep, dead in the middle of it now. Although the third Hunter's Fury, it doesn't seem to be executed. Bizzle tries to find success with the Blade Storm, but can't get it straight away. And currently a 9 to 10, a 3v4. Team Slacky's got the advantage on both fronts.
Oh, I like what they're doing because Team Slacky is moving towards B side. They want to retake the body of the Fallen, because they still have access to a Sage ultimate. So basically right now Chaos Sass, he has to be perfect, but it's the I don't remember the exact name, but pretty much Death from Above. I think this was the name from the Call of Duty.
Yeah, from ages ago. Yeah, that is true. That's a familiar term. Bizzle, in the meantime, by the way, feeling very familiar with his knives.
One enemy
2v2 on the
remaining.
board. Bizzle, though, finds the triple, and there's Joji to finish it off. Anti-Lipsy and the team. They're able to get this after all. And that's the 10-10. This is going straight back to a draw again, isn't it?
Looks like it. 10-10. Did we message our admins? Can they let us, you know, take it to the overtime? Because I really want to see those teams battle it out on the server. I don't want some, you know, some smarty adding those rounds and seeing who's won more. I really want it to happen on the server, so that would be a heartbreaker if we saw another 12-12, and then I think it will be Team Anti-Lipsy who gets through because they've managed to win more rounds against Team
I think that would be the case, yeah. That is the differing factor, but we'll have to see. Maybe there'll be that last-minute turnaround. Maybe there'll be that one team with the final dominant streak of rounds. Though I would be very surprised if that's the case. For now, it's Chris with that last kill to get the advantage for Team Slacky going. Dataflow of a good follower. And now a Viper ult being called to deny it plenty of vision. That'll be Foreignator in a tough spot. DK coming into play. Foreignator struggling to find a target. Then Kappa actually going for the kill. A 1v3 seals the deal. Even though Bizzle can find the kill on Dataflow. Spike has not been tagged or tapped just yet. And the ultimate still being present there for the longest time. Bizzle now moving ahead. Going through the Cloudburst to try and surprise, but no success found. Slacky with the final kill and with the team ace.
Oh, you can really see that was such a desperate attempt from Bizzle to save the round. He had to commit because he's only 30 HP. There is still 2 players remaining. He has to get some kind of miracle to bring it back. 11th round for Team Slacky. Can we see the economy? How are they doing? It looks like both teams will be able to afford guns. It's probably Foreignator who will play with his ultimate. Maybe just a headhunter. Yeah, he's pushing in. He knows he has to get aggressive because he doesn't have a good gun. But this flank might be amazing. He gets the first, he gets the second.
Beautiful to see. Result found. Kappa now, though, committing to that plant, you would have almost said. But Joji's still close on this site. The pistols are making things challenging still. But eventually, Dataflow on the mark with the Guardian. A 2v2 is created. Equilibrium found once more. And Kappa holding things off further. Joji to fall. And just a Viper left on the anti-Lipsy side. But a 1v1 in total. Look at this, with the spike ticking down. It's again a 10 scenario. For Dataflow to win this, for Team Slacky to get the 12-10, that could mean a 13-10, maybe even a 13-11. But it's Chaos, and he'll get that kill anyway. He'll manage to stick the defuse, and it'll be Team Anti-Lipsy to get the 11-11. This is just steering right to a draw, isn't it?
Can you imagine? We got 4... The very first 4 maps, they were just, you know, as one-sided as they could possibly be, especially the Yasin from Team FunU. And the last 2 maps are going to the great lengths of being so competitive, so close. It was 12-12 on Haven. Now we have 11-11 on Breeze, of course, being the Anti-Lipsy map pick. And it could also be another draw. Last moment. Okay, so basically, Slacky has to win next 2 rounds because if they fail to win both of those, they are the 3rd in the group, so they have to make it.
Yeah,
it's do or die for them.
Pretty much, with the way that they're placed, they both get equal points, and it's going to be down to that round difference. It's going to be down to the fact that Anti-Lipsy has gotten those 3 rounds extra in the battles against FunU. But we'll have to see. For now, Chris V opens up this round, gets the Tour de Force going, and we'll find the impact. As currently the spike gets planted, and that's a great start from Team Slacky. A very quick one at that, but one that works for them. Tenta, though, coming through, but Chris with a roll. And the Tour de Force just continuing. Triple for him, and now Chaos Sass going for that battle instead, but this 1v3 should not be doable. Hell, it would be a 1v4 clutch. And I'm really impressed with that. And now Chaos gets the read, but Data Flow is faster. Takes out his target, and Team Slacky find the 12 to 11.
Point.
What's that economy going to be like? Because there wasn't that much for Anti-Lipsy earlier? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
No.
Can they do this?
Oh.
Can they do this, Magvire?
It doesn't look good, but that was I believe, the same case during the first map between both those teams, right? It was actually on the side of Slacky. They had the only one Vandal, and the rest of the guns were kind of garbage. They had Ghosts, they had Spectres, and it was Magos who fell victim first with the hero Vandal. And we were like, okay, this is the end. Antilipsy takes the map, and they're in the exact same position, but they're on the back foot now.
And an important fact coming through, what I've been told, this is actually the decider round. So the team that wins this, they win the spot. Due to the round difference purely being calculated for them, it's Bizzle coming through with a double foreignator with the kill. Team Anti-Lipsy, they could actually be getting this. Slacky on the return, but Slacky completely caught out. So many players. That secures the deal. It's Team Anti-Lipsy in the end. They will take the round, and with that, they will actually take the spot for the playoffs for tomorrow. I thought it was going to come down to round difference in earlier performances, but that is not the case. It was this final round that decided everything, and due to Anti-Lipsy being able to push this toward that second draw, to the fact that they actually won the round, that means they secure the spot in the playoffs. Insane performance, really. And the fact that it's actually went to a draw twice in a row, I think that says enough about both of these teams.
You've got to be kidding me. This was such a banger game till the very end. We didn't know who is going to come out on top. And, well, to be honest, no one did. It's just because of the rules that the Team Anti-Lipsy managed to get the spot in the playoffs. But honestly, kudos to Team Slacky, who's managed to show us such a great resilience. And even when even when they had poor buys, even in those tough times, in clutch situations, 1v3, they've managed to actually turn it around. 12 to 12. It's such a sour result for them, because
absolutely,
no one really came up on top, but they're the sour loser here.
Yeah, it shows, right, how close it can get, and I suppose, in a way, it makes sense, right, because basically, you go to a draw twice, see, it was that final round that actually decided everything in total, and that's just what we saw today. And I think, yeah, to reiterate, just an insanely close performance. Both of these teams that are so close cut with one another, but only one that can remain supreme. Now, I will say this for the people watching. Don't forget that you've got the exclamation mark wildcard that you can use to actually get them in the finals after all, if, of course, your favorite team hasn't been able to win out in these group stages. It's the Hyperx Wildcard, exclamation mark wildcard in the chat. For now, though, that does mean we've seen a beautiful group stage. And here you see it again, the teams, but in the end, Team Anti-Lipsy, that was able to bring it to the equalizer, that was able to bring it to the draw again and win that final round that mattered the most. Sadly for Team Slacky, that means the third spot, and that means that they will not be going through to the playoffs tomorrow.
Team Mugi against Team Anti-Lipsy, and of course Team Stacy against Team Funyu. Those sound like good matchups, especially I want to see Team Mugi playing Team Anti-Lipsy, because I'm not sorry, excuse me. I want to see the second semi-final more, because I believe that Team Stacy has so much to offer, and we didn't see the full potential from them yet. The games against Team Mugi didn't showcase the full potential of the team, and Team F1Y today they didn't show Funyu. Yeah, the Funyu, they still didn't they didn't show that much of a weakness, and they are still yet to be defeated, and this might be just an occasion for Team Stacy to do that, to pull it off.
Absolutely, that's kind of the toss-up, right? We've got Team Mugi and Team Stacy that have already proven themselves yesterday in that best of three. It's a bit of a different format due to some disqualifications and the likes, but it's still teams that have to prove themselves and that have got a lot to bring to the table. I'm very excited for that. I think that tomorrow is going to be a beautiful day filled with spectacular best of threes, filled with teams that have to give their absolute best to prove themselves and to show that they can do this. One more short question for you, Magvire. Your highlight of today, what did you like to see the most?
That's a good one, but I think it will be Fanyu just satcheling on sides and being complete baboon, you know? Who let his guy out of the zoo, just jumping around the map. I really enjoyed his race. That was a good showing of what the agent can do on such map as Bind.
Yeah. I agree with that one, actually. I can totally find myself in that. And with that beautiful highlight, we will be wrapping things up here. Once more, a thank you to Hyperx and Surfshark for supporting the Streamers League. We wouldn't be able to do this without them. You can find them under !Hyperx and under !Surfshark. We were, of course, Magvire, and I was at RJ Cast. It was a pleasure to cast for you guys, and we'll be happily seeing you back tomorrow, on Sunday that is, with the semi-finals and the grand final. Catch you then, and have a lovely, lovely evening.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.